soon, but we're just waiting on the city solicitor. I think he's outside dealing with the matter. But so just bear with us. Thank you. from the August recess. Welcome to the officers as well, and to anybody in the public gallery. So without further ado, I'm going to start. Can I ask Eamon to take us through items 1 and 2, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Member, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be a hybrid meeting to be conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the chamber here in the Guildhall today. Alderman Breslin.
Online, Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Apologies for Alderman Hussey. He does hope to be in before the close of business today.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
Here, Eamon, online.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
And Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Sure.
Councillor Leonard.
I'm in, sure, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Thank you. Councillor McHugh. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Here.
Thank you. And Councillor Murphy. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 3, folks, I'll read out the broadcast statement. I would like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Guildhall or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website. Number 4 on the agenda, declarations of members' interests. I'll invite declarations now, or if they occur to members during the course of the proceedings. No declarations as yet. Okay, thank you. Next item is chairperson's business. I'm going to call on Eamon first. Thank you, Eamon.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is just to remind everyone that the independent examination of the draft plan strategy started yesterday. It's ongoing as we speak. We will all have been sent a link to the PAC channel to view the proceedings if you wish. So it will continue this today and tomorrow. Again, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday of the following week, and then break for a week, and then another 2 weeks of the examination. And as agreed with members will be kept up to date through the LDP steering group, which will meet on Friday morning to update it on progress and also to be updated of any change requests at the independent examination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Eamon. Any members, any comments or questions? Next, about chairperson's business, going to bring in Andre about some developments on the list today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, members. Through the chair, it is necessary for officers to withdraw a number of applications from the schedule today that won't be presented. Those are item 1, item 2, and item 12. So with regards to item 2, which is the retention of rear dormer extension to dwelling and retention of amendments to elevations of previously approved applications, it is necessary, officers consider it necessary to review some aspects of the application, and it may be necessary to carry out a further site inspection of the site. With regards to item 12 on the application list, which is the section 54 application to vary condition 2, and that's at Belt Road. Further technical information has been submitted by the applicant, and it is necessary for officers to reconsult with DFI Roads in this instance. And Philip's going to cover item number 1 there.
Yeah, well, just a second. I'm going to bring on Councillor Jackson. He wants to speak on item 12. Thank you.
Good Chair. Just in relation to item 12, it's my understanding that the construction has been well underway for some time now. Against the condition, or it's in contravention to the condition that was set out by this committee, and because of that, it's creating real safety concerns, road safety concerns for residents that are living in Birch Hill. I can understand that as a committee, we mightn't be in a position to take a decision on this if there's further information that's been received. But surely there's something that we can do to protect the residents from the potential dangers that have been that have been inflicted on them by this particular developer. So I would be curious to know what essentially can we do, or if there's further information that's been submitted and we can't take a decision today. Have we got the power to ensure that the development is completely stopped until these sightlines are delivered? Because in absence of that, residents in Birch Hill their safety has been jeopardised because of the actions of the developer. So we can't just ignore the reality that's happening on the ground as we speak. So I would be keen to know what enforcement action we can take in the interim until this is finally decided on. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Just on that note, I'm glad you raised that as well, because the thought that occurred to me that if this application was being deferred today, in the absence of that there will be a lacuna as such, because there are the ongoing effects of all that development. So, but I'm bringing one of the officers to try and give an explanation there. Andre, you want to come in there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jackson. I suppose we can certainly, it's unfortunate that we can't make a decision on the application today, but I can certainly go back and check with our enforcement team to see what powers are available to us going forward. Obviously, if there are traffic and safety concerns, there are other departments also. There's DFI roads and the police that would deal with any traffic hazards that exist on the road at present. But I'll certainly go back and speak to the enforcement officers and see if there's powers that we would have to do anything in the interim until we bring the application back for decision.
Well, it's my understanding that the application that was in front of us today is the very condition that was already set out by the committee. So in the absence of any decision on that, the original conditions should still remain. Therefore, it should be enforced because there's no point putting conditions on an application in the interests of public safety and them being completely overrun and ignored. So there's an onus on us in council to they ensure that the decisions and conditions that are imposed on applications by our planning department are enforced, and if they're going to mean anything, then we need to be robust. So my gut, I suppose, my basic instinct is that if the application they change a condition hasn't been heard, then the original condition stands and it should be enforced. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I do agree with you. I think the status quo remains in lieu of this application going on ahead today, and I think that would be a wise course of action. Could I ask that members be updated in relation to that by whatever enforcement officer is dealing with the action, just to update members if there's any action being taken? Is that okay, Councillor Jackson? Mr. Boyd?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, can I just make one request before we do move on? If people could speak up a little bit, because it's quite difficult to hear with the jazz band going next door. That's my first point. But anyway, we'll move on from that. So just for the benefit of those of us who have hearing difficulties, it's practically proven impossible. Actually, not Councillor Jackson, but yourselves up at the top. So if you don't mind, completely concur with Councillor Jackson in the sense that if there's a condition there If it hasn't been changed, then the condition remains. And obviously, we've seen some representations that came in as lead information to us. That gives me reason for concern. The safety of pedestrians and road users. In this instance, I don't know, all instances where there's construction work going on, that has to take precedence over all other considerations. And so, again, like Councillor Jackson, and I'm sure probably everybody would agree with it, this needs to be robustly enforced. We can't have a situation where we've got building work going on and pedestrians and road users are at risk. And I'm not doubting the word of the people who sent us those emails recently. If I lived in an environment like that, I'd be sending the same emails. I would be shouting from the rooftops that somebody has to do something about it. That's the job of this committee. So this committee are saying, we want to do something about it. So can we do something about it, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I really concur, and I'll ask everybody present if they could speak up a little bit louder, especially when the music's going on. So thank you, Councillor Boyle. Philip, do you want to take the next item there in relation to chair business?
Yes.
Number 1.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is in relation to application number 1. I believe members have received late item in their pack today in relation to that item. You'll have noticed, members, that the date on that item is of some vintage, members, and it appears that we as a council have had that item for some time, but as a result of an oversight, it wasn't placed on the planning portal until last night. Or at least, sorry, until yesterday. Now, the net result of that, members, is that the objectors who are in attendance here today have not had the opportunity to properly consider that item and offer a rebuttal in relation to the matter. Now, members, obviously, you're well aware. You're used to receiving late items and dealing with late items at the last minute, but nonetheless, in this instance, this is not properly a late item, and it seems to us that it is unfair both to the planning applicant, who is not at fault in relation to this matter, nor the objectors, who are also not at fault in relation to this matter, that there shouldn't be a proper opportunity for them to consider that document. And therefore, members, we are going to ask that that matter is deferred until next month. I have spoken both to the objector as representatives and to the planning applicant today. I'd like to apologise to both of them for their wasted time here today and having come here today. These things do happen, members, as I say, on this occasion. However, it's only appropriate that people should have an opportunity to properly and adequately address this matter.
Matters arising from it? Just going to address the public gallery. Obviously, you've heard from the city solicitor in relation to item number 1. That won't be going ahead today for the reasons given by our city solicitor. And I understand that he had a chance to speak to us about this, but unfortunately, this matter's arisen. And I think it's probably the best way forward that it be rescheduled for another committee hearing. So my apologies from the chair, but unfortunately, this has occurred, Annie, and hope to see you again soon. Thank you. Item number 6, members. Matters arising from the open minutes of the planning committee meeting held on Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023. Any matters arising from that? Nope, that's it. Next. Sorry, Councillor Boyle. Is that better now? There we go. Before we start, folks, the running order is as follows. Please. Number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Oh, sorry, hold on. My apologies. Number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, And lastly, number 5. Who's got that? Yeah. Okay. I'll take us into the plan application list now, and the first application will be number 3. That is LA 11 2020 0072/RM, and that will be a reserved matters application. And that is Sarah. Want to go ahead, Sarah? Thank you.
Chair, item 3 is LA 11 2020 0072/RM. This is a proposed residential development of 169 numbered dwellings, associated infrastructure and landscaping, and it's on part of the land which is zoned as H1B, Upper Gallia, as defined in the Dairy Area Plan. The land relates to part of Phase 1 West, which was in the Concept Master Plan granted under outline planning permission. So the site is located north and northwest of the western roundabout of Skeg Link Road, south of Bear Hill Road, south and east of Upper Gallia Road, and officer's recommendation is to approve permission. So this is the site location plan and spatial NI map. The site is 7.87 hectares and is a greenfield site. It is currently zoned for housing, zoning H1B in the Dairy Area Plan 2011. The zoning does benefit from outline planning permission A 2005-02170, which was granted in July 2016. This outline planning permission had an agreed concept master plan for the entire zoning, which demonstrated how the site could be comprehensively developed and could accommodate between 1,400 to 1,500 dwellings on the extent of the zoning. To the north and west, the site is bounded by 21 dwellings, which are built and occupied at Glenela. The southern boundary along Skeg Link Road is defined by a hedgerow. The eastern boundary is also defined by a hedgerow, and thus separates the site from the remainder of the H1B zoning. To the north, a separate full planning application is also being sought on lands to the north of the site. So the majority of the existing trees within the site and on the boundaries are being retained. So this is just a photograph of the application site taken from Skeg Link Road, and in the distance there you can see the existing properties at Glenela. This is another photograph of the application site, and you can see a linear tree group within the zoning, and this tree group is being retained within the development. The access to the site is taken from Skeg Roundabout, which you can see just to the right-hand side of the photograph. And this is a photograph showing the main distributor road, which is an existing road which is currently partly constructed through the H1B zoning. This is the approved concept master plan for the entire H1B zoning, and the current reserve matters application is lands just located here on the western part of the zoning. The proposed development is in accordance with the concept master plan and the relevant conditions of the outline planning permission for the zoning. So in terms of consultees, a detailed consideration of the consultee advice is set out in members' report, but none of the consultees had any objections subject to conditions. There were 6 objections received during the processing of the application, and these raised a number of issues. One of them being that when purchasing homes at Glenela, the purchasers were promised 2 to 3 metre dense planting between the future development. Issues regarding loss of light, overlooking and overshadowing, impacts to archaeology and an Armada graveyard burial site, and neighbour notification procedures. So a detailed consideration of the objections is set out in members' reports. So this just shows you the proposed development layout. The development is for 169 residential units, which includes 22 detached dwellings, 110 semi-detached dwellings, 24 apartments and 13 townhouses. The scale and density is in keeping with the wider area. Dwellings proposed onto Skeg Link are dual frontage as per the requirements of the concept master plan. The apartments for the site are located on key focal points within the development along the main distributor road. The proposed dwellings adjacent to Glenela have a back-to-back relationship with the existing 21 dwellings, with appropriate separation distances and finished floor levels between the existing and proposed properties. The pattern of development will continue as per the existing dwellings at Glenela on Upper Gallia Road, with 7 proposed detached dwellings also having a direct access from the road. The dwellings throughout the site are either 2 or 3 storey in height, and the apartments are 3 storey in height, and each have with appropriate rear private amenity and communal amenity space for the apartments. The majority of the mature trees within the site are being retained and will be protected and integrated into the development. This Reserve Matters application includes strategic open space for the H1B Western phase of the zoning, as was agreed in the outline plan permission and concept master plan, and it will provide a local equipped area of play. There are also 2 other informal areas of open space throughout the development, which incorporate mature tree groups, which are being retained within the development. So just to show you a few examples, this is of the house types. This is 2 examples of the proposed semi-detached house types. And this is 2 examples of the attached house types. There are more house types shown set out in members' reports. So this is the agent's 3D image and a view of the apartment building from the local distributor road. The proposed house types and the apartment design is considered appropriate to the site and surrounding area. The materials and finishes are of a high quality and include a mix of exterior finishes, including render or facing brick. There are 21 different house types proposed, offering a range and variety of house type designs throughout the development. So this is just the sections through the site to demonstrate that there are the levels on the site. And this is an agent's 3D visual of site number 35, which fronts onto one of the areas of open space. In terms of the existing properties at Gleneala and the proposed dwellings, there is minimal level changes between the existing properties at Gleneala and the proposed dwellings within the development. And there's a back-to-back garden depth between 8 to 12 metres to the common boundary and an overall separation distance of 18 to 23 metres between the properties, and a detailed assessment of the level comparison between the existing and proposed dwellings as set out in members' report. A 1.8 metre wall is also to be located between the existing and proposed properties with a hedge planted on the inside, and this will further protect existing residential amenity. A 1.8 metre acoustic wall is also being located between Skyglank Road and the proposed dwellings within the site to protect the residential amenity from noise. So there is an overall landscape and open space plan and proposals for the site, and as part of the concept master plan granted under the outline permission, there's 2.3 hectares of strategic open space being provided for the entire H1B master plan. This application proposal will provide 1.37 hectares of strategic open space in Phase 1 West, and this includes a LEAP, which is a local equipped area of play. A linear local area of play extends from the strategic open space and play park and connects directly to this via pedestrian and cycle connections. This area also retains a large group of mature trees. To the south, there's a further local area of play which has also got a direct connection to Upper Gallia Road. And in the northern part of the site, a small pocket of open space is located between proposed sites number 35, and this will provide benefit to occupants in that part of the site. Further north is an area of open space which is interlinked to the adjacent planning application site. And this area of open space also retains the mature tree grouping and connects to the adjacent site via pedestrian and cycle connections. So this is just to show you the location of the local equipped area of play and the proposed play equipment. The local equipped area of play can be directly accessed from Upper Gallia Road and also within the development, and it retains mature trees and incorporates these into the open space and provides a usable and attractive area for play. It will also provide play equipment which will benefit the occupiers of the development and also the occupiers at Gleneala. The open space provision for the site is subject to obligations of the associated Section 76 planning agreement, which must be complied with. And this includes the requirement to enter into a landscape management agreement and the delivery of the open space and completion of the landscaping. So this is just a slide to show you the public transport bus turning circle. So the internal road layout of the scheme allows connectivity between all parts of the western phase of the development, and it has been designed to standard and will be determined under the private streets order. As part of the outline permission and associated Section 76 and Article 122 legal agreements, there are obligations for the developer to have entered into a public transport agreement to provide public transport to facilitate the development. So this application will provide a temporary bus turning facility located south of the main distributor road, and TransLink have agreed in principle to the proposed bus turning facilities and bus stop requirements for the development, as this will facilitate extension of the Foyle Metro services to the western end of the overall H1B lands. So just to summarise, this is zoned, the application site is located on zoned housing land H1B. The layout is in broad conformity with the outline permission and the approved concept master plan for the zoning. quality residential environment has been designed and the layout and house types are of a high quality. There will be no adverse impacts either to existing or proposed residential amenity, and mature trees have been protected and retained in the layout. Open space, location and the play proposals comply with the concept master plan. There's no adverse impacts to the setting of the listed building, Glengalia Hall and Gate Lodge, and Historic Environment Division have considered the representations and also have no objections. The road layout is acceptable and PSD drawings have been provided. There's adequate parking for the residential units proposed. The development will facilitate proposals for TransLink to serve the development. And consider natural heritage interests, including bats and protected species. These have been taken into account, and also impacts to designated sites, and Natural Environment Division and Shared Environmental Services have no objection. Considering PPS 15, a stormwater attenuation system is proposed, and DFI Rivers have no objections subject to conditions. So none of the consultees have any objection to the development, and officers' recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah, for the application outline. Going to ask if Matthew Crothers or Michael Graham, your agents for the applicant, are online.
Yes, Commissioner. Or sorry, I was at appeal this morning. Apologies.
You're fine. You're okay. Is that Michael Graham? Yeah.
Yes.
Are you going to take the?
Yes, if that's okay.
Okay, Michael, that's grand. We have 5 minutes, Michael. So if you want to start now and address the committee, it'd be great. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of the Planning Committee, thank you for affording us the opportunity to address you. I'm Michael Graham, a Chartered Town Planner and Director of Tetra Tech. I represent the applicant, Moore Construction NI Limited, and obviously we're the agents. We're very pleased that Council's Planning Department has recommended approval and would like to thank the Council's planning officers for their hard work and efforts in progressing this to a positive recommendation. The principle of development then, the site is designated as zoned housing land H1B Upper Galley in the Derry Area Plan. It benefits from outline planning permission granted in July 2016, in which there was an agreed concept master plan which demonstrated how the zoning can accommodate approximately 14 to 1500 dwellings as part of a new residential neighbourhood. This reserve master's application is submitted in foot of that outline permission and is in accordance with the granted concept master plan. It addresses all the conditions of the outline planning permission and seeks confirmation of the detailed design of the scheme. In regarding to the key elements of the proposed development, in summary, it involves construction of 169 units, 22 detached, 110 semis, 24 apartments and 13 townhouses, along with the associated infrastructure and landscaping. The scale and density are in keeping with the immediate surrounding area and in line with the agreed concept master plan at outline stage. Those dwellings adjacent to the Skeg Link Road to the south of the site will be dual frontage and upper elevation so that there is a frontage onto the Skeg Link Road, as was agreed in the concept master plan. The apartments are located at key focal points of the site, on corners fronting both the Skeg roundabout and Upper Gallia Road. The pattern of development on the Upper Gallia Road will also continue as per the constructed Gleneala, with 7 detached dwellings having direct access onto this road. It provides a good mix of house types. I think from my memory is 21 different house types, which will meet market demand. It's in keeping with the character of the area and the surrounding local context, with dwellings being 2 to 3 stories and the apartment blocks 3 stories. All units have frontage onto the road network and the levels are respectful to the site's topography, and the trees are retained, and it will provide 1.37 hectares of the strategic open space across the H1B lands, which is circa 66% of the 2.3 hectares granted as part of the outline concept master plan. A local equipped area of play with the equipment specifications agreed with Council is provided in location agreed in the concept master plan. In addition, several other informal areas of public open space are provided which will incorporate the retention of mature tree groups and which will be accessible via pedestrian and cycle paths. The area of the public open space provided to the north of the site is also interlinked to the adjacent full planning application via pedestrian and cycle path. There are informal areas of open space are located between 35 and 36, site numbers 35 and 36, which will comply with the concept master plan. Overall, the open space proposals comply with that. Landscaping plan has been provided which incorporates existing mature trees. There's additional planting throughout, and it will deliver a high quality and often help soften visual impact and assist integration. It offers a scheme that is highly accessible to all by walking and cycling, permeability, and there is also ease of access to the bus stops and routes. There is a temporary bus turning facility, bus stop on the main spine road. This is to be constructed to adoptable standards, and TransLink have agreed to it on the basis that it will facilitate the extension of the Foyle Metro services to the western end of the H1B zoning. The principle of development there, to conclude, then, has already been established under the outline. This reserve matters merely seeks the scheme's detailed design. All the conditions at reserve have been addressed at reserve matter stage, easy for me to say. The Council's Planning Department has considered it in respect to the plan, the PPS is 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 and 15, and in particular the quality objectives of QD1 of PPS 7 underpinned by DCAN 8 and creating places. Other material considerations, including representations received, have been satisfactorily considered by Council's planning officers, as well as all of the advice from consultees, who all offer no objection. Overall, it provides a highly sustainable approach to the development of these housing lands. Take this opportunity to thank the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak, and we trust that the elected members agree that reserve matters approval be granted. I'm accompanied by members of the design team of Moore Design and Kerry Consulting, and we'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for presenting there. I'm just going to offer up to the members now if any questions for Mr. Graham. No questions, Michael. I'm going to go next to questions for the officer. So any questions for Sarah on this application? None. So thank you, Michael. Thank you, Sarah. So I'm going to go to the members. Does anybody wish to forward a proposal?
Thank you, Chair. While I support this application, I just want to make Council possibly conscious of the fact that there's a potential historical area adjacent to the site that may contain remains of people, Spanish sailors, basically. So I'd just like to bring that up. It's about 20 metres from the site. And I would just hope that Council will protect that area in future development.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. But,
thank you.
But they're noted. But we had just moved on from questions to the officer. So I was wondering, do you want to come in with a proposal now on the basis, or do you want to make the proposal for the application?
Yeah, I would propose to support the application. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Boyle.
Again, Chair, obviously a very significant development. It's something that it's already been in front of us as an outline. It's detailed. That's conditioned, actually, as Councillor Murphy's already brought up that particular matter, HED. So that's conditioned on here as well. So, I mean, I suppose I'm answering a question one of the officers probably could answer. But anyway, look, I'm content as well. I'm so happy to second the proposal that we accept the recommendation. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Murphy, I just spoke to the officer there, and he did say it's been conditioned within the application itself. Do you want to take the vote there? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And this is planning application LA11/2020 0072/reserve matters. And the proposal is to approve the application. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey is absent. Alderman Kerrigan.
For. Amen.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Harkin. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Thank you. Councillor McHugh. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you, Eamon. Takes us on to item number 4, which is a linked application, LA11/2020 070F. Full application. Sarah's going to take us through. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chair. Item 4 is LA 11 2020 0070F. This is a residential development of 75 numbered dwellings, 48 semi-detached and 27 numbered attached, associated infrastructure and landscaping, and it's on part of the land zoned as H1B Upper Gallia Dairy in the Dairy Area Plan. So this land relates to part of Phase 1 West in the Concept Master Plan granted under Outline Planning Permission A 2005-02170, and the site is located on lands to the north of the western roundabout on Skeglank Road, south of Barrahill Road, east of Upper Gallia Road, and 25 metres southeast of number 1 Glen Abbey Cottages, Upper Gallia Road. So the officer's recommendation is to approve permission. So this is the site location plan and spatial NI aerial photograph of the site. This application site is 3.7 hectares of agricultural land and is zoned housing land H1B as defined in the Dairy Area Plan 2011. The site contains a number of outbuildings adjacent to Upper Gallia Road. The majority of the H1B zoning benefits from outline planning permission, but it does exclude the land subject of this application. However, the agreed concept master plan for the entire zoning does include the land subject of this application, and it demonstrated therefore how the zoning could be comprehensively developed. This full planning application is in accordance with the concept master plan and the conditions of the outline permission. Barrahill Road runs along the northern boundary of the application site and it's defined by a mature hedgerow. South of the site is the adjacent reserved matters planning approval and application. Upper Gallia Road bounds the site to the west, and there are a number of dispersed single dwellings and a terrace of established two-storey dwellings further along Upper Gallia Road. So this is a photograph of the application site, and again the approved concept master plan for the zoning, and the site is just located on the top of the western phase there, just as shown on the slide. So in terms of the consultees, the majority of the consultees had no objections subject to condition. However, Northern Ireland Water have recommended refusal of the application. Officers do consider it reasonable and appropriate, however, to attach a condition which would prevent development commencing on the site until a method of sewage disposal would be agreed with Northern Ireland Water and Council, and we've provided a suggested condition within the report. So in terms of representations, 2 objections were received during the processing of the application, and these raised issues and concern about the development that it could impact on archaeology, as the site is in close proximity to an Armada graveyard burial site. Historic Environment Division Historic Monuments did consider the representations and have no objections to the development proceeding subject to condition. So this is the proposed development layout. The layout is in broad conformity with the concept master plan and approved outline planning permission. This layout is considered a betterment to the approved concept master plan, as it provides an additional road connection to Upper Gallia Road, improving connectivity to and from the site. The layout proposed is for 75 residential units, which includes 48 semi-detached dwellings and 27 numbered detached dwellings. Each dwelling has appropriate provision for private amenity space. The pedestrian and vehicular access to the development is off the internal distributor road and via the new development road. The additional access to Upper Gallia Road will improve connectivity to this part of the site, and the layout has been designed to improve permeability to and from the overall site. A pedestrian connection is also provided for to link directly to Barrahill Road. Dwellings within the site will provide a frontage to Upper Gallia Road and the internal road network. Whilst there is a row of dwellings backing onto Barrahill Road, a substantial landscape planting belt is being provided which will screen the development from Barrahill Road. How the dwellings in the layout has been designed to Barrahill Road has enabled the provision of the additional road connection, which overall is a betterment to the scheme. Open space for the Phase 1 West part of the zoning is being provided for in the adjacent reserved matters application. This full planning application will provide an additional area of open space at the southern boundary, which includes an area of mature trees, and will provide a cycle pedestrian connection connecting to the development to the adjacent reserved matters application. So this is the tree grouping which has been incorporated into the open space and located between both this application and the adjacent reserved matters application. And this is the overall landscape plan for the site. So a detailed landscaping scheme for the site includes a planting belt to Barrahill Road and tree-lined avenues on the internal road network. The landscaping proposals will soften the visual impact of the development, and mature trees have been identified and will be protected and retained in the overall development. So this is just an example of the detached house types and an example of the semi-detached house type. and another design of the semi-detached house types. So there are 15 different house types throughout the proposed development. The materials and finishes are of a high quality, and there's a range of different exterior finishes, which includes a mix of rendered or facing brick. Each house has been designed so that there's no overlooking, loss of light or overshadowing on the proposed dwellings within the layout. So in terms of the policy summary, the site is located on zoned housing land H1B. The layout is in broad conformity with the outline plan permission and approved concept master plan. A quality residential environment has been designed and the layout and house types are of a high quality. There will be no adverse impacts to proposed residential amenity. Mature trees have been protected and retained in the layout and a planting belt provided to Barrow Hill Road. The open space and play proposals will be provided for in the adjacent reserved matters application, which includes a local area of play. This site will also include a local area of play which is provided for to connect to the adjacent site and reserve matters application whilst retaining a mature tree belt on the site. There's no adverse impacts to the setting of listed buildings, Glengalia Hall and Gate Lodge. Historic Environment Division Historic Monuments has considered the representations that have no objections. The road layout is acceptable and PSD drawings are provided. There's adequate parking for the residential units proposed, and this development will also avail of the bus touring facilities on the adjacent reserved matters application, which will serve the entire western phase of the H1B zoning. Natural heritage interests, including bats and protected species, have been taken into account, and as well as impacts to designated sites. And Natural Environment Division and Shared Environmental Services have no objection. A bat mitigation plan is conditioned for agreement prior development activity commencing on the site. In terms of PPS 15, DFI Rivers have no objections subject to condition. Now, whilst NI Water have recommended refusal of the application, officers do consider that it would be appropriate and reasonable to attach a condition that would prevent development commencing until a method of sewage disposal is agreed with Northern Ireland Water and the Council. So officers' recommendation, therefore, is to approve subject to the conditions in the report.
Thank you again, Sarah, for a presentation. Could I ask the agent to come on? I think Michael, are you there, Michael? Graham, yeah?
Yes, Chair, I'm here again.
Yes, Michael, are you taking this application?
Yes, unfortunately,
Okay, so
yes,
go ahead.
me
You have
again,
the-
Chair.
All right, Michael, go ahead. Normal 5 minutes. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks, Chair. Chair, members of the Planning Committee, thank you again for affording the opportunity to address you. Again, I'm Michael Graham, Tetra Tech, on behalf of Moore Construction. We're the agent. Again, we're very pleased the Council's Planning Department has recommended approval for this interlinked scheme, and would like, with the previous one at committee here, and would like to thank the Council's planning officers for their hard work and efforts in progressing this to a positive recommendation. Again, principle of development, the application is designated zoned housing land H1B in Upper Gallia in the Derry Area Plan. This zoning benefits from outline planning permission granted in July 2016, and obviously the agreed concept master plan included this application, which this full planning application relates to, as part of the overall master plan for that new residential neighbourhood. This application is in broad conformity with the granted concept master plan, in accordance, obviously, also with the conditions attached to the outline planning permission. In terms, again, of the key elements of the proposed development, in summary, construction of 75 dwellings, 48 semi-detached and 27 detached, associated infrastructure and landscaping. Density and scale are in keeping with the immediate surrounding area and in line with the concept master plan agreed at outline. It will provide a good mix of house types, both detached and semi-detached, to meet market demand, with dwellings being 2-storey in height. It follows the conceptual framework of the concept master plan, but has been designed so that the layout enhances and improves it. The layout provides a betterment, as Sarah has alluded to, and it provides an additional road connection to Upper Gallia Road, thereby improving connectivity to and from the site, as well as achieving a more permeable layout, including the linkages to the public open space as part of it sit on the other side, if you like, of the application boundary with the reserved matters we've just heard, and obviously that allows us to retain all the mature tree planting between both sites. The dwellings proposed within the site will provide frontages to the Upper Gallia Road and to the internal development roads. There's a landscape planting belt between the site and Barrow Hill Road, which will help screen the development from the Barrow Hill Road and the wider landscape setting. There's a local area of play in the pocket of public open space at the southern boundary of this full application, which includes an area of retained mature trees. There's pedestrian and cycleways, which are also provided within the site. which will connect the development to the adjacent reserve matters approval and the wider master plan lands. Landscaping plan has been provided for the site, which incorporates the existing mature trees and keeping those. Additional planting throughout, which is high quality and helps soften visual impact and assist integration. It's accessible to all in walking and cycling. Internally laid offers a high degree of permeability, which promotes greater walking and cycling opportunities. It's within easy walking distance of the bus stops and routes, and the development's in easy walking distance of the temporary bus turning facility for the Phase 1 West, which is being provided in the adjacent reserve matters approval. The summarised is consistent with and enhances the granted concept master plan. It is acceptable land use terms being indicated in the zone H1B housing land, and it will provide a quality residential development. Council's planning department is considered in respect of the requirements of the plan, the SPPS, PPSs 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 and 15, and also the quality objectives and principles laid out in policy and QD1 PPS 7, which are underpinned by DCAN 8 and creating places. And they've all been carefully considered, incorporated and adhered to in the developing of this layout. Other material considerations, all other material considerations have been considered, including representations received, which have been satisfactorily considered by the Council's planning officers in their case officer report, and then all the advice from consultees who are all content, save for NI water, which can be conditioned. Overall, it provides a highly sustainable approach to development of these housing lands. Again, take this opportunity to thank the committee to speak, and that the elected members agree that planning permission ought to be granted. Again, I'm accompanied by Moore Design and Kerry Consulting. Should you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to offer it up to members now. Any questions for Mr. Graham? Offers, that's okay. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, members, any members wish to make applications live now? Councillor McDade?
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a proposal that we accept the recommendation to approve the.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Boyle? Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. That's been proposed and seconded. And Eamon, do you want to take us through the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is the recommendation is to approve, and the reference is LA 11-2020-0070F. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Kerrigan.
Sorry, for.
Alderman Breslin. Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Or,
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, members, that's unanimous. Next application is application item number 6 on the list here, and that is LA 11-2020-0975/F, potential change of use to short-term letting accommodation, number 8, Lawrence Hill. And that's Maxie, or Malky, sorry, to take us through. Go ahead, Malky.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 6 is LA 11-2022-0975, and it's a full plan application. The proposal is for a retention of change of use to short-term letting accommodation at number 8 Lawrence Hill Dairy, and the officer's recommendation is to approve. The site is located on Lawrence Hill, which is within the central area as identified in the Dairy Area Plan. It is also within the McGee Conservation Area, as set out in the Dairy Area Plan and the Conservation Guide. The existing character of the area is a mixture of residential, including single-family occupied dwellings, some flats, HMOs, and some tourist accommodation, and it's also given a central location. There's some educational uses at Northwest College and also university adjacent to the site also. So the property in question is a 2.5 story period property, quite an attractive property as it stands, with a rear yard, front yard. There's no in-curtilage parking within the existing property. The proposal is they change the use, but retain the existing floor plan within the property. So just for your information and contained within your reports, the existing floor plans are set out at ground floor, first floor and second floor. And also the elevations, again, you'll see that there's a rear return from the yard. And in terms of the policy context, the proposal is subject to the policy context is set out in the report. The important issues to consider include the SPPS, the Dairy Area Plan, and PPS 3, as well as the PPS 6 and PPS 16, given the proposed tourism policy is of importance in this application. So we consulted a number of bodies in relation to the application. There's no objections from NA Water, DFA Roads, commented on the parking survey and have given advice, but have advised it's a matter for planning, the planning decision in terms of parking in the area. Environmental Health have no objections and have guided the applicant to existing policy legislation. HED, Buildings and Monuments have no objections to the proposal, and Locks Agency have no objections. We've had 4 letters of objections, including a petition, which brought the application above the threshold of the delegated scheme, and that's the reasons before committee. So in summary, the objections are set out before you. The considerations of the objections are detailed in the planning report. So they include an impact on residential area and existing community, parking, the details of the parking survey submitted, antisocial behaviour associated with the proposed use, the approach to decision making in this locality in terms of the well-being of long-term residents of Lawrence Hill. They've alluded to previous planning approvals, decided on their planning appeals, and also comments in relation to how the short-term residential letting is operated. I've also commented on the applicant retaining domestic living space from the property to ensure supervisory presence, as well as the disputes, the operational hours, and when visitors come and go from the property, and some other details, the dispute in relation to public transport, the impact of the NA proposal on first responders in terms of manoeuvring through this particular area in Lawrence Hill, and they also disputes the agent's claims in relation to the capacity at the adjacent car parks. So as I say, there's a number of policy considerations. Primarily, PPS 16 deals with tourism. There is 2 main policy considerations within PPS 16 in relation to tourism proposals within urban settlements. TSM 1 deals with urban development and settlements, and there's a presumption, I suppose, in favour of tourism developments, provided they can meet a number of other associated criteria, both within PPS 16 and all our relevant planning policies. So you're directed towards TSM 7, which sets out those particular criteria for tourism development, again, which are cross-cutting with all our policy documents, and we'll look at all our issues such as traffic, amenity, etc. So in terms of our consideration of TSM 7 in relation to the particular proposal, officers are of the opinion that the site is centrally located and is therefore highly accessible by a variety of transport modes.
The amenity space provided is considered sufficient to accommodate this dwelling unit. The proposal will have no impact on existing biodiversity. There's no floodlighting proposed and no landscaping is considered necessary. Bin storage will be confined to the rear yard, as is normally the case for these buildings, and is considered to be acceptable. The application relies on existing drainage arrangements, and given this is a change of use, which has broadly similar impacts as the previous use, it is not considered that the alternative or upgraded drainage systems are necessary. The site is located in an area of the town centre which is well lit and in use during the day and night as a result of its central location. Given the bulk heritage features of the city centre and adjacent to the site, we've consulted HED. As well as that, there's other features such as historic walls and nearby leisure uses such as restaurants and public houses, which would lend to that idea that it's a suitable location for tourism. Given its proximity to these tourist attractions within the city. The predominant character will not be affected by the change of use of this one property. It's officers' opinions that the residential nature of the area will be largely still intact, and a change of use will not have an adverse impact on the overall character of the area. In terms of parking provision, DFA roads have indicated that there will be a standard expected for tourism of this size for 4 parking spaces. We've taken into consideration and report the existing use of the property, the fallback use of the property, which would have been a large single family house with a similar amount of bedrooms, and the parking requirement for that would have been similar, if not the same, as that for a proposed tourism unit. We've also noted that the DFA have noted the agent's parking survey, and they accepted that there was spare capacity within the area during the times and dates of the surveys. The case officer also corroborated this during her site visits. We've also taken into account the central location of the site and the policy allowances set out in the Derry Area Plan, where a reduced standard of parking, if required, can be applied, as well as DCAN 8, which is in a vice note. And taking all these on board and weighing this up, we believe that there's adequate parking existing for the proposed development on the site. In terms of the conservation area and built and natural heritage, as I say, HED have considered a proposal. Do not believe it will adversely impact on the nearby setting of listed buildings, such as the Northwest College. They're sufficiently removed, and in any case, there's no physical proposals or no physical alterations to the building. As a result of that, also, it would also meet the requirements of the Big E conservation area. So in conclusion, and having considered the relevant policy requirements, as well as all our material considerations, such as third-party representations, officers' recommendation is to approve this change of use from a single house to a self-contained tourism unit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy. Can I ask, there's an objector who has registered to speak today, Mr. Tom Breslin. I think you're online, Mr. Breslin.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello to the committee and to the council.
Okay, Mr. Breslin. Yeah. Mr. Breslin, you're welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes, and if you want to start now, you have 5 minutes. You want to address the committee? Thank you.
Thank you. I represent the Lawrence Hill Residents Association. The objection to this application was signed by 17 residents from 10 properties, in particular myself.
Sorry, Mr. Breslin. Mr. Breslin, sorry for coming across. I think there's a slight difficulty hearing you. I wonder if you could maybe come closer to your mic or possibly raise your voice a bit for members' benefit. Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, I represent the Lawrence Hill Residents Association. This objection was signed by 17 residents from 10 properties on Lawrence Hill. In particular, I represent myself and Mrs. Irene McIntyre of number 6 Lawrence Hill. We are the 2 homes that are on either side of this applicant's property. As a community, we want to protect our residential life here and halt the transformation of our neighbourhood into a commercial short-term letting area. Within the last 3 years alone, 6 new families have moved into Lawrence Hill. 5 of those families have young children. Houses on the street are extremely sought after as homes for families. At a time of severe housing shortage and high demand for houses, this dwelling looks to be changed to a short-term let, a commercial use which profits only the owner, but in addition to that, exacerbates the current housing problem. We are a supportive community of families young and old. We do not want our way of life threatened by absentee landlords. There are already 3 short-term let premises on Lawrence Hill. I mention this because this application should not be considered just on the merits of itself, but also on the developments that surround it. The 3 short-term let premises are namely the Jazz House and the Art House. Both are large 3-story guest houses, and most recently the Convent, which is the size of a small hotel. I would like to point out that none of these commercial businesses have been given planning permission, and yet they operate. Lawrence Hill does not need another 3-story short-term let property. There is ample accommodation across the whole of this city. This residential family neighbourhood is already beyond saturation in terms of short-term lets. Short-term let properties bring transient guests who bring nothing positive to the life of existing residents. In fact, more than often, they bring antisocial behaviour associated with partying, late-night noise, drunk guests, and increased traffic. And on the subject of parking, there is not enough parking spaces on Lawrence Hill. So to suggest that any house should avail of 4 parking spaces is completely flawed. In fact, the owner, the applicant who owns property number 8, rents a nearby lockup for his vehicle because he himself cannot get parked on the street. The planner's report relating to this application states, antisocial behaviour is not a material consideration in this case. I disagree with that. Antisocial behaviour must be a material consideration for any planning application, not least because it contradicts Planning Policy 7, which states that priority must be given to the preservation of the character, the environmental quality, and the residential amenity of existing residents. The planning department's recommendation to approve this, in my opinion, and the residents, is flawed, insofar it does not take into consideration the other developments on the street. The legislation states that an application on its own may be appropriate, but when the adjacent developments are taken into consideration, it may also be considered inappropriate. This application cannot be viewed in isolation of just property number 8. And lastly, the applicant claims to reside in the property and have protocols in place with regard to noise and antisocial behaviour. This is not the case. Since I moved into my property in September 2021, the evidence on the ground would prove this not to be the case. The applicant has never offered myself, as the semi-detached neighbour joining his property, his contact details or address. So when there has been many examples of antisocial behaviour because of his business, I had no way of contacting him. After this, when I did present him with the issues, and there have been many, he dismisses it and takes no accountability. In short, as residents and representative of the Residents Association of Lawrence Hill, we already are having to live with 3 very large unofficial short-term let properties. Our request is for the application to be refused. We do not need another short-term let property on Lawrence Hill with all of the negative impacts that has on residential amenity. Thank you. Agus go raibh mai agat.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your presentation. And we're going to carry on now. And I see Mr. Matt Kennedy is here to speak on behalf of the applicant. Matt, if you're online, could you Matt, are you online, Matt?
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Just about, Matt. Can you?
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Sorry, Matt, just a second there. I'm just clarifying something here. Thank you.
Okay.
My apologies. I've broken protocol here. It's questions to the objector. I'm going to just invite members now to put questions to Mr. Breslin. Mr. Breslin, you still online there?
I am.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just invite the members to, if they have any questions, they can ask you, and you can hopefully give them the answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Good Chair. In relation to, because the objector referred to the character of the area being eroded and challenges in relation to parking, and I'm conscious that it's very difficult to elaborate in the short time frame that he has. So I just wouldn't mind, since a wee bit more information, since the time that he's been living in Lawrence Hill, what's his experience been in relation to the character of the area, and what challenges has he faced and his neighbours faced in relation to car parking? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Mr. Breslin, if you want to address that question from Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Of course, I said it. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I said at the beginning, I'm representing 17 residents in 10 properties. I can, of course, talk from my own perspective. I moved to Lawrence Hill in September 2021. I'd done the appropriate surveys and searches before I bought my property. But of course, nothing came up about unofficial guest houses, which bring in, sometimes it could be up to 50 to 70 transient guests at busy times. That is because these properties have never been granted proper planning permission by the council, and yet they're allowed to operate. In the last 2 years and 3 years for some of my neighbours, the calls to the PSNI have increased exponentially because of antisocial behaviour attached to people in the various guest houses. I will give you one database example. Last year, last October, I was woken at 2 o'clock in the morning. I looked out the back window and seen people climbing into my backyard. As any ordinary resident and homeowner, I was shocked by this and frightened, wondering what the hell was going on. It turned out it was people staying at the guest house next door. They had forgotten their keys. They had no way of contacting the owner, so they thought it appropriate to climb into my property. They could have been injured on my property, but in addition to that, I felt that my residential amenity was being challenged by this. Now, on the subject of parking, all of us in the Residents Association have had many correspondence with the council and with the Department of Infrastructure. The fact that Lawrence Hill has got more homes than parking spaces, and the fact that it is adjacent to McGee and the Tech, there is no residence parking on Lawrence Hill. We have applied for residence parking and we keep just getting stonewalled. Even though there is adequate parking facility in McGee College in the University of Ulster, the majority or an awful lot of the attendees do not want to park in the car parks. Number one, they have to pay and they can park free on Lawrence Hill. But secondly, there is a bottleneck when they're trying to get out at the end of the day, be that onto the Rock Road or be that onto Lawrence Hill. So they avail of the free parking. Also, people who work in Quayside medical practice and on the retail units at this end of the Strand Road and on Quayside also park on the street. What we find is my neighbours, residents who have young children, or who are pensioners and elderly often cannot, when they return with their cars, park near Lawrence Hill, let alone where they live. So you have a case of 70, 80-year-olds having to park in the Strand Road car park, and the same with my neighbour Zoe McIntyre, who has 2 young toddlers, because the parking on the street is so overstretched. That leads to double parking. And then there is the issue, the fire station is at the top of Lawrence Hill. If either the ambulance or the fire engine never needs to get down Lawrence Hill and there's double parking, that is putting them in a dangerous situation with an important artery route in the city.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you. I've got one further member who wishes to ask you a question. Councillor Heaney, go ahead, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a question, but I was wondering, could you come with the time of proposal, please?
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. And our members wish to? Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to go on to the applicant's agent now, Mr. Matt Kennedy. Matt, would you like to come in now, address the committee? Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee on this application. I've read the Planning Committee report prepared by Malachy. I agree with its findings. I'm going to ask you to support its recommendation to approve. I'm mainly here on behalf of the applicant to address any questions that you may have or any concerns that you may have. However, I think it will be important that I address some of the issues that have just been raised by the objector. First issue is parking. The nature of this type of use means that it's busiest at the weekends. At the weekends, I don't know if you know exactly where this building is located in Lawrence Hill, but it backs on to the Tech and it fronts on to what I used to call the Foyle Arts Centre, which is now part and parcel of the University of Ulster. There's around, I think, 190 car parking spaces available in the University of Ulster's car park. From Friday until Sunday, that car park is free for use for anyone in this area, and in particularly in Lawrence Hill. So anybody can avail of that car park over the weekend, and there's no charge. I also believe that the council also provides the same facility at its own car park, which is located at the bottom of Lawrence Hill, just opposite Lawrence Hill. So you have 2 free car parks which operate at the weekends and can avail of and can provide car parking in this area. There's no requirement for any of these people to park on street. There's existing car parks, free car parks, which are available and can be used by them. The applicant has actually put notes in his property, informing people of that and telling them where to go to get free car parking and a secure and safe car park. So if that deals with the car parking issue, I think I have to move on and sort of address the issue of short-term letting. Number 11 and number 13, Lawrence Hill, do have planning permission. I got the planning permission. I was the agent on that application, and I got planning permission for short-term letting approximately a month ago. That was granted planning permission. I have the planning permission in the office, so that's factually incorrect. That has been granted planning permission. I would also point out that 11 and 13, Lawrence Hill, was also approved. I obtained planning permission at planning appeal for a HMO. I think for a 14-bed HMO at that location. There was also another HMO approved directly opposite at number 28 for another 14-bed HMO. Both of these have now been developed as short-term letting. I think they're better use than a HMO. I think they don't cause the amenity problems or the character issues that a HMO causes. So I would argue that what we are proposing here is much more acceptable than a HMO, which really for a property of this size, which is six or 7 bedrooms, you know, what other alternative have you? It's either short-term letting or it's generally a HMO. So I would suspect that I would argue that the short-term letting proposal is much more acceptable. I'd also point out that this perception that short-term letting is only occupied by visitors, by people coming on holiday. That's incorrect. A number of the users of this property and other properties within Lawrence Hill are actually people who are coming to work in the city for a short temporary period of time. I know in 11 and 13, Lawrence Hill, there's a number of doctor locums who stay for 2, 3 to 4 days during the week and then leave. I also believe that there's other workers from E&I Engineering, Seagate, and other factories within the town who put people up who are coming to these premises and they're housed temporarily in these properties. So it's not just visitors, there's also workers employed, and I believe that significantly would ensure that would monitor and ensure that there wouldn't be antisocial behaviour, particularly during the week when those workers are involved and when those workers are in place. In terms of antisocial behaviour and noise, I've heard no evidence from any of the relevant authorities, PSNI or Environmental Health, in relation to any issues in terms of their property. Those would be the appropriate statutory consultees that you would consult if you were having issues with noise or antisocial behaviour at this location. The applicant operates, he's a professional host, he operates policies and procedures to handle antisocial behaviour, and he's advertised on a number of hosting websites, and these hosting websites actually rates visitors depending on their behaviour, and the hosts rank them. So it's in their interest to behave appropriately, or they may end up banned off the hosting website. So from that point of view, I would argue. Sorry.
Matt, that's your 5 minutes. It's
Okay, thank you.
It's past there, but if you've any further comments, if you just want to make them quick.
Okay. Last thing, Chair. Is that there's no regional policy or planning policy in the Derry area plan preventing short-term letting in this location in the central area. I have nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Members, any questions for Mr. Kennedy? Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Again, Matt, sound on here is not the greatest sometimes, so I'm probably going to ask you to repeat a couple of elements of what you said, just for my own benefit, and I don't know, maybe other people were struggling too. You kind of broke up a wee bit there, Matt. Are you hearing us all right at your end?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, John.
Yeah, okay, right. Can we just, because again, I was listening to Tom, our objector there, who referenced other short-term lets and mentioned that they weren't planning approved. However, I think I heard you saying that they were. So just for clarity, can you run me through that again in relation to those ones? Because I think you also suggested that you're cognizant of the facts around those because you were the agent involved in those. Is that right? Or what's the story there?
Yeah, can you hear me, John?
Yep.
Yes, John. 1113 Lawrence Hill is the Jazz House and the Art House. They're at the top of the street, at the very, very top of Lawrence Hill, some significant distance from this property. But yes, planning permission was granted quite recently, granted this year, just I believe less than 2 months ago, for 11 and 13 for short-term letting. So yes, that does have planning permission. I had previously had planning permission for a 10-bed HMO on that property too as well. But I think that use is now expired and it's now in operation as a short-term lettings. In terms of the second property mentioned, which is the nunnery, the nunnery is located at the junction of Lawrence Hill and that small street that connects with Clarence Avenue. I'm not exactly sure what the name of that street is. The nunnery is a former nunnery. We're currently in discussions with planning at the minute about the previous planning use and what the future planning use entails, and whether a planning application is required to regularize that. So that's open to consideration, and there's been no decision made on that as of yet. That's the only two that I know within Lawrence Hill.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Councillor Boyd, have you anything further? Councillor Boyd? I'm not seeing any other members looking at these questions for Mr. Kennedy. So thank you, Matt. I want to move on to questions to the officer now. So if anybody, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to Matt as well, and thanks to Tom. Malachy, there's reference in the report to 15 Lawrence Hill, which wasn't, there's not a lot of detail there really, you know. So 15 Lawrence Hill, I was actually Google Street viewing it there. I'm very familiar with Lawrence Hill. Know the street very well, very sympathetic to the people who live on the street, but also understand that there are other usages that may well come up. Can you run us by the PAC situation with 15 Lawrence Hill, Malachy, and how that all played out? It might help to give us further understanding in relation to this application. Hopefully it doesn't prejudice anything, Malachy, but I'm sure you'll tell us if it does. So just in relation to that, if you can maybe just expand a little bit on that.
Yeah, I suppose the important point that we're making in terms of report, that there was a representation referencing the PAC decision. It wasn't for a similar use, it was for a different use other than single tourism. So a point we're making that there's no comparison in terms of the proposal put forward for decision. I believe, I don't have the details in front of me, no, the officer's report, I believe it was in relation to a HMO.
Mr. Boy, content or?
That kind of half clears it up for me, I suppose. So
have you a further supplementary?
Just to reiterate again, number 15 was a PAC decision for a HMO, but now Malachy, number 15 is short-term let. Is that correct? I don't know.
Not to my knowledge. The properties that's been referenced by the third parties is currently short-term let. It's 11 and 13 Lawrence Hill, and I guess number 1 Lawrence Hill was the other one.
Thank you, Malachy. Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Good Chair. I suppose just in relation to this application, it's maybe not the fault of the applicant, but there's a major issue in our city, and particularly in our city, around short-term lets, and that can't be ignored. And this isn't something new. It's something that has been in existence, and it's been a challenge for some time. And when I'm thinking back to the start of this meeting, we opened up, Eamon opened up in relation to giving us an update on the progress of our LDP and the independent review of the draft plan strategy. But to address the specific needs around short-term lets, there's a policy within our draft plan strategy in HOU 4. They say that the draft plan strategy's going to operate a general presumption in favour of the retention of residential stock for permanent occupation. And I know the draft plan strategy is being assessed at the moment, But it's the view of this council. It's a direction that we've give to planning agents and applicants that this is how we want to see planning going forward. We want to address the problems around short-term lets, and there's a general presumption that all residential stock will be retained for permanent residents. Was that taken into consideration at all? The draft plan strategy is part of the assessment of this application. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Jackson. Algie?
Yeah, Chair, can I just correct something first that it says there relating to Councillor Boyle's question? Yes, it was number 13 and 15. I think the speaker confused me. It says 11 and 13. So number 15, yes, there is an approval. That is one of those, the Art House or the Jazz House that was approved in June 2023. And the previous appeal history, as it says, related to HMO, and I think that that's what the agent was referring to. He did a previous approval for a 10-bedroom HMO. So that's the reference in terms of the plan appeals history, where the appeal was allowed. In terms of Councillor Jackson's question, the policy context that we've considered the application is as set out in the report. It's the current plan and policy context. We haven't given consideration to draft plan strategy at this stage, given its status. We're in independent examination as it stands. So the width that we have attached the plan policy is centred on the current suite of policy in terms of the SPPS and the retained planning policies, and also the area plan and under our requirement under legislation in terms of plan-led system. So there's nothing within the existing area plan that states that short-term lets cannot be allowed in favour of single-family occupation. Now, there is some policies within it, but it wouldn't apply to this area in terms of single-family occupation versus flats, but it wouldn't apply, and it's a different policy. So, yeah, that's the long answer, but the short answer is no, we didn't consider that aspect of the draft plan strategy. We've considered the existing policies.
Thank you, Malachy. Councillor Jackson, any follow-up on that?
Well, just to highlight that within the draft plan strategy, I understand its current status, and hopefully there's progression soon, but there are occasions within the draft plan strategy which highlights the need for it to be considered until an adoption of any strategy. And I'm just conscious that the area plan doesn't have any reference to short-term lets at all. And the only reference in any strategy document or policy document is within our draft plan strategy. And I would have hoped that there would have been some consideration given to that, but I suppose there may be legal constraints in relation to that, but it's there in black and white. It's been circulated to all planning agents, applicants. Hopefully, would take cognizance of the direction of travel that's been set by this council. So, but Malachy cleared that question up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm sure members will duly take that into consideration on their deliberations. Any further questions for officers?
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Jackson brings up a very interesting topic, I suppose, but for the direction of this committee, officer direction in relation to the legality, in inverted commas, of referencing or paying particular attention to the draft plan strategy would be appreciated, because whilst it might be desirable, it may well not be legal. And so if we have officers' view on that, might help us move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I take your point. Obviously, it's by nature, it's a draft. It's currently on its way through a process. So probably from my perspective, it probably wouldn't be a set or a determined policy at the moment, but quite happy to, if you wish an opinion from the city solicitor, to clear this up. Thank you. Philip, could you address that question, please?
Well, in its simplest form, the current strategy for the purposes of this application is the dairy area plan. That has to be the policy that's considered.
I think that's very clear, Councillor Boyle and members, so I'm going to move on. Are there any further questions for the officer? See anything in the chat or? Okay, members, going to draw this to a conclusion, and thank you, Malachy. And any members, obviously there's a proposal on the floor, so I'm going to go to Councillor Heaney. Thank you, Councillor Heaney.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to propose that we reject the recommendation and refuse the application on the grounds that is out of the character of the area, and that's supported in a previous PAC decision on a similar proposal in a different area of the city. I think it's referenced A0242 2019, and also on the grounds of the lack of parking in that.
Okay, Councillor Heaney, thank you. Is there a seconder to that proposal? Councillor Sean Fleming, a second to that. Thank you. Okay, members, well, there's a proposal to overturn the officer's recommendation proposed by Councillor Heaney, seconded by Councillor Fleming. And I'm going to ask Eamon now to take it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And this is application LA11 2020-0975F. And the recommendation is to refuse. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
I'll abstain, Eamon.
Sorry, Councillor Kerrigan, I didn't hear what you said.
I'll abstain.
You
Chair.
abstain?
Abstain, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor John Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Conor Heaney.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson. 4. Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine McDade. Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy.
4.
Thank you. That was 10 members for, 2 against, and 1 abstention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Eamon. Members, we're going to move on to the next application. That's item number 7, LA11 2022-0924F. Retention of change of use from single family home to house and multiple occupation on Grafton Street, Derry. And the recommendation is to approve. And I'm going to ask Laura to start that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Application LA11 2022-0942F. It's for the retention of change of use from a single family home to a house and multiple occupancy of 5 beds, and it's located at 1 Grafton Street, Derry. The recommendation is to approve. This application is before members today for decision due to the number of objections received in accordance with the delegated scheme. So this slide just shows the location of the property. So it's at number 1 Grafton Street. It's a 2-storey end of terrace dwelling with a 2-storey rear return. And it's finished in render with PVC windows and doors. So the site's located within the development limits of Derry City in a predominantly residential area, and it's in close proximity to the central area. So this slide just shows some images of the property to the front there on the left-hand side and to the rear. You can see the rear return there. This is a slide just showing an image of the parking situation on Grafton Street as taken by the case officer on one of the site visits. This is the elevations and floor plans as existing. This application is for the retention of this proposal. As you can see, there are 5 bedrooms there spread over the ground on the first floor. There's a living area, a kitchen, and a bathroom. So this is the policy context under which this application was assessed, including the Regional Development Strategy, the SPPS, the Dairy Area Plan, and PPS 3. And there the supplementary planning guidance is also considered in DCAN 8. In terms of consultations, we consulted with DFI Roads and Environmental Health. DFI Roads advised that a car parking requirement of 3 spaces would normally be required for this type of proposal, and that on-street parking is limited on the area. They didn't object to the application and provided conditions should approval be granted. Environmental Health.
Sorry, Laura, could you just give me a second there? Councillor Boyle. I'm halfway through the application now, so.
I know we are, Chair, but I'm finding it very difficult to work in this environment. I cannot barely hear what people are saying. And it's not the fault of the speakers. I brought it up before. I'm bringing it up again. And I understand, obviously, we have a tea dance. It's important. But, you know, ultimately the work of this committee is also important. I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I know that that will be over at 4 o'clock. And might I suggest that we hold things until 4 o'clock when people can actually hear what's being said, because currently it leaves me in a very invidious position because I'm expected to make decisions in relation to things that I cannot hear. And now obviously I can read the reports, but there are questions being asked, and if I can't hear the answers, how do I make a decision?
Well, obviously, I'll take on board your view on this, Councillor Boyle, but there's also 13 other members. Now, if anybody has any members, any difficulties hearing Laura or any other members? I'm just conscious I'm going to lose 20 minutes of today's.
I have no problem hearing Laura, but so any decision isn't called into question. It's important that everybody's able to hear, and we are due to, as Councillor Boyle has highlighted, we are due to take a break anyway. So it might make sense to take it now and resume at 4.
Councillor Chess, can I take that as a view of your own personal view?
If Councillor Boyle feels that he needs to take a break, then we would have no objection to that.
Okay, in light of that and the representations made, I think it's probably correct that we now take our break now, wait till 4 o'clock when the tea party has finished, and then hopefully then the drop in volume will allow everybody to hear the applications. So we'll adjourn to 4 o'clock, folks. Thank you. Okay, members. Okay, members, thanks for, hopefully that's a bit better now. We can probably hear a bit better. So I want to ask Laura to restart item number 7 again. But before we do, there was a late item in relation to this from Mr. Gareth Kennedy. Can everybody confirm that they've seen that and had sight of it and they've read it and they're okay to move on? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, members. So Laura, do you want to just go on there? Thank you. You can start again. Cheers.
Good afternoon. Item 11, LA 11 2022-0924F is for the retention of change of use from a single family home to a house of multiple occupation, and it's 5 beds, and it's located at 1 Grafton Street in Derry, and the recommendation is to approve. This application is before members due to the number of objections received. So it's for members for a decision in accordance with our delegated scheme. So the application site here is located at number 1 Grafton Street. It's an end terrace 2-story dwelling. It's finished in dashed render with PVC windows. It's located within the development limits of Derry City in a predominantly residential area, and it's in close proximity to the central area. This is just some images of the application site from the front and the rear of the property, showing the 2-story rear return there. This is an image taken from one of the case officer site visits, just showing the current parking situation on street in that area. So this is the elevations and floor plans as submitted. There's no change to these given that it's an application for the retention of the proposal. There's 5 bedrooms spread over the ground and first floor. It has a living area, a kitchen and a bathroom there on the ground floor. So the policy context under which this application was assessed includes the Regional Development Strategy, the SPPS, the Derry Area Plan, PPS3 and the supplementary guidance there in DCAN 8. In terms of consultations, we consulted both DFA Roads and Environmental Health. DFA Roads advised that a parking requirement of 3 spaces is required for this type of proposal, and note that on-street parking is limited in the area. They didn't object to the application and have provided conditions should approval be granted. Environmental Health have no objections, and they have provided information regarding HMO standards, legislation, potential noise, and waste disposal. So there have been 24 objections in relation to this application, and these relate to parking survey accuracy, the community family area, the impact on house prices, potential noise, the neighbour notification which took place. They raised concerns about emergency vehicles, fly tipping, antisocial behaviour and saturation of HMOs. So these objections have all been considered in detail by officers in the planning report. So just then, in terms of the plan and policy under which this application is assessed, so the Derry Area Plan has a policy controlling flat conversion, but it doesn't. It's silent in terms of HMOs, and there are no regional or subject plan policies on HMO development for the Derry area. So the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS and PPS3, together with the site's specific circumstances, are used to assess the application. So in terms of the impact on the character of the area, the residential use and the loss of family-sized accommodation, it was considered that the overall character of the area is residential, and the introduction of this HMO at this location wouldn't be individually significant or harmful on the character of the area. In terms of loss of family accommodation, it's a high density residential area within an urban context, and this dwelling could easily be re-inhabited by a family should the building be required for that use in the future. There's been one other HMO approved along the street, and therefore it's considered that the majority of the existing dwellings in the street will remain single-family occupancy. The proposal would therefore result in a residential end use, and it would protect the residential stock in the area in accordance with policy CA5 of the Derry Area Plan. In terms of residential amenity, when we consider it in terms of the occupiers of the HMO, so we can see from the drawings and the site visit that there's a small yard area. This is characteristic of this area. It provides sufficient bin storage. It's within walking distance to public open space. There's a shared kitchen and a living area, so it's self-contained for use by only the people that live on the property. And the bedrooms are spread over the front and rear of the property and are acceptable size for each occupant. It can therefore be concluded that the proposal complies with the SPPS with regards to the amenity of the residents. Excuse me, in terms of the amenity nearby properties, there aren't any additional windows proposed other than what exists at present. We've noted in the report that should any complaints arise in terms of noise and disturbance, this will be the subject of investigation by Environmental Health. Environmental Health have provided advice regarding the transmission of noise, which would be attached to any approval should permission be granted. So on balance, it's considered that the HMO wouldn't affect the amenity of any nearby residents and would conform with the established character of the area and therefore complies with the SPPS in this respect. In terms of parking, this is a 4 to 5, would have been a 4 to 5 bedroom dwelling, and if occupied by a single family, it could accommodate 4 or 5 adults, each requiring 1 space each. The change of use wouldn't require any additional parking. DFI Roads have advised that 3 spaces would be required for this property, and that would be the same requirement in terms of parking standards if this property was a single family occupancy dwelling. So in terms of the site visits which were taking place by the case officer, there were a number of spaces available on the street, and a parking survey has also been submitted which demonstrated that there was parking available. It's also located in close proximity to the central area, and there are a number of public transport opportunities in the immediate area to provide access to this property, as well as all our parking provided on the nearby streets. We're therefore content that the proposal complies with PPS 3 in that respect. In terms of natural heritage, there was no issues raised. The change of use has already taken place. There's no works proposed, so we're content that the proposal complies with the Derry Area Plan and PPS 2 in this respect. In terms of the housing executive standards, in terms of room sizes, this isn't a planning policy. However, it's acknowledged that the property has met those standards and considered to comply with those. As the chair advised there, we've received a late item from the University of Ulster, which has been submitted to members. This is just the points that were submitted, and the late item just basically detailing that they have evidence that they require student accommodation within the area and within close proximity to the university, and associated with the expansion of the university and the new courses which it's providing. So overall, just to summarise, this is a HMO development. It's considered to be an acceptable form of development in the current policy context, and it won't adversely affect the established character of this area. It can provide an acceptable living environment for the residents and will secure continued use of the building within this row. It's in close proximity to the central area and it's in a highly accessible location, and the recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. We'll go on next to there's objectors who are noted on the sheet here. There is measures Miss O'Donnell, Lauren Rooney, and George Zulus. Are you there, folks? Yes. Yes. Okay. Our planning protocol, you have 5 minutes in total between the 3 of these. So I don't know what format you want to take, but is somebody going to just speak for everyone or he's going to split it up, but
We're going to
Sorry.
go first.
just say it again, one at a timer. Hello?
I'm going to go first.
Okay, I'm sorry, who's that?
This is Stella O'Donnell.
Stella. Okay, Stella. Well, there's 5 minutes in total, so once the 5 minutes up, you'll be notified by me or another member of the team. But go ahead, Stella. The clock starts now. Thank you.
Right, thank you for letting me speak today as a disabled member or a disabled resident of Grafton Street. Council policy notes that the planning application should not unduly affect the amenities of local residents, of which parking is one. Parking on the street and the wider area is at capacity and is well documented. Movement along the pavement and visibility of approaching vehicles are poor. Approving an HMO will exacerbate this further, bringing more cars requiring space to park and traffic, which puts disabled residents at risk of danger and harm and contradicts the council's policy on promoting road safety and its obligations under the DDA. I am in the process of applying for a disabled parking space already, as access to my home is restricted due to lack of space. I'll also mention that cars have been damaged on the street as a result of parking issues and the access of vehicles, particularly those that are wider, such as bin lorries and emergency services. Secondly, the quality of residential environments. You will have read the document uploaded to the portal that the applicant has been in discussions with accommodation services at McGee, and it appears that Grafton Street has already been considered and accepted as an HMO location. I asked the panel to see this beyond the desire for financial gain and instead take seriously the concerns of the Grafton Street community. You might think, well, what difference does one HMO make that will not detract from the character of the area? This might be true of other streets in Rosemount, but Grafton Street should not be considered as just Rosemount. It is a community itself. We look out for each other and we welcome new neighbours, just as we have welcomed the family that moved into the applicant's property a few months ago and that thinks they are going to be in that house long term. Some streets in the Rosemount area are back-to-back HMO, and they all started out as just one more HMO. Just one more HMO encourages more property investors and takes away a voice from the Grafton Street community. It brings a high turnover of residents who have little to no interest in their neighbours or being part of the Grafton Street community. It takes away from the character of this street, of Grafton Street, in a way that it might not from a street that's already saturated by HMO properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll go next.
Okay, Jorgos.
Yes. So
Sorry, go ahead, then. Thank you.
Yeah, more or less, Stella covered more of the issues with the parking. We had several issues. I mean, the parking report was robust, but was done in a period of time that there were not too many cars, which is not indicative of what happens during the winter time, where there's barely any parking spots left for people to park. And as you've seen from the photo yourselves, the cars are parked on the pavement. Otherwise, there's not enough space even for a single normal car to pass through up and down the street, which causes damages to the cars themselves, but also impairs the pedestrians, prams, and people with reduced mobility, like the senior citizens on the top of the street. And we have had issues of services like ambulances or fire engines being able to reach the top, or even ourselves to be able to move about. I would say that there are also 4 HMOs on Grafton Terrace, which is just adjacent of Grafton Street, and we have residents from there parking on the street. So we are speaking about 40 properties with 2 to 3, maybe 1 to 2 cars per family, let's say. So we're speaking about around to 50 cars for the street, adding another 3 to 5, I would say, within an HMO would be negatively impair the area and the street here. While there was an argument about a family of 4 to 5 adults having cars, I see that more unlikely than having 4 to 5 individuals having their cars and actually parking here. And on the last note, I would say that if the Ulster University wants to expand and have more students, it's the responsibility of the university itself to provide accommodations and create accommodations, as in every other European country, instead of trying to coerce or attract investors to buying properties and converting them to HMOs to cover their needs for the students. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to jump in quickly
Okay.
and say thank you because I'm conscious of time. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Committee. I'm Lauren Rooney and I'm a resident and homeowner of number 2 Grafton Street, where I live with my children and husband for the past 7 years. I don't want to go over all the points that the guys already covered, but just wanted to note that yes, the DFI responded that the latest survey was more robust. However, the report finished most notably with the assertion that parking and traffic issues in the area are already well documented and remain a serious planning concern. So I had difficulty in understanding why the proposal was recommended for approval based on this response when it was previously denied because of the same issues. I do share the number of safety concerns that other members spoke about and would argue that this stands in stark opposition to the PPS3, which has been quoted as being upheld so many times. It says the main concern of that policy is to promote safety, road safety, in particular for pedestrians and other vulnerable
Excuse
road
me, your
users.
5 minutes is now up.
Can I make one last point? There are a family
Yeah.
currently living
Sorry,
in
sorry,
number
Lord.
1 Grafton Street.
Sorry, Lord. It's the chair here. Just sorry. If you just want to finish off there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Just to point out that there is a family currently living in number 1 Grafton Street. While there's a need for more student housing, there's also a severe housing crisis, which the committee are well aware of. And I just would like to question why in this case, one issue supersedes the other. This family are going to be left homeless. They've got young children. Where do they turn to now when greed takes precedence? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you to George and to Stella as well. I'm going to ask members now if they have any questions. But in light of the fact that there's 3 of these there, members may have questions for you. Do you want to nominate between yourselves who could possibly answer the questions? Because
if you guys are, I'm happy. George?
It might be easier for members if there's one person they can address their
questions.
Sorry, who's going to do it?
Myself, Lauren.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Members, do you have any questions for any of the objectors? Okay. Lauren, Councillor Heaney is going to come on now with a question. Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Go ahead.
Thanks, Lauren. And it's just a question that was touched on by one of the contributors to it. It's also my understanding that at the end of the street, there's quite a number of bungalows that are occupied by elderly residents and other vulnerable people, and access for emergency vehicles, particularly ambulances. But as my understanding there was a recent fire up there as well. So could you tell me a bit more about your experience of the access with the restrictions and the difficulty in getting parking?
Yep, thank you for your question. The recent fire was actually in number 1. A young family were very distraught at being displaced from their home. We took the guys in and they were under this understanding that they'd be able to move back in once this was all resolved. But in terms, there's ambulances go up and down quite frequently up the street, and there was a fire brigade trying to get up there within recent months as well. It's always an issue. There be wing mirrors, blacked off cars. The ambulances themselves have had to stop midpoint, and you can understand that is a very contentious issue in a situation where every second counts. We have a number of vulnerable residents, including the elderly and vulnerable people living in the bungalows at the top of the street with whom we as a community take good care of. And the concerns with and the precedent set in the difficulty trying to get up the street is serious.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Councillor Heaney, if you have anything further? No. Any other members wish to come in? Councillor Jackson, go ahead there.
Chair, I would appreciate a wee bit more information on the difference between the assessment of the 2 assessments of the car parking survey. I know it was referenced as part of the speaking notes, but I just wouldn't mind that they be elaborated on a wee bit.
No problem, councillor. So the first parking survey that was submitted was a 1-hour survey on a Sunday afternoon, which the residents completely disagreed with. It was not an accurate reflection. I don't know about other people, but I go out with my family on a Sunday afternoon. The businesses are closed, students are away. It was not an accurate reflection of the street, and it was actually responded to by all the residents when we uploaded our own photographs onto the portal, which I hope you've seen, about the real situation in the street with terms of parking. We then received the second parking survey, which we would have a number of questions about that Georgos already commented on, that there was a delay in this parking survey carried out, and it actually took place on reading week in the summer term, when it's not an accurate reflection. Families are out and about, the good weather, the students are away or home on study leave, and again, I feel like it took into account that I think at one part of it, it mentioned that Park Avenue itself could be used as possible car parking spaces, which if anybody knows Park Avenue understands how ludicrous that idea is. Police are there regularly trying to dissolve gridlock in the area. It's just was a ludicrous concern for me, and it didn't take into account that the 4 HMOs, which are adjacent to my house in number 1 Grafton Street, also use the area as well. It was completely inaccurate, and the unavoidable truth of the matter is that there are not enough parking spaces currently for the residents that are there now. And for example, carers coming, they would have bother when they're trying to go and treat and tend to the elderly in the bungalows. It's just absolute chaos as it is, and we have no issues welcoming students or a HMO in itself. The infrastructure simply cannot support it any further without it being a safety concern.
Okay, Lauren, thanks very much for that now. Any members, I don't see any other members wishing to ask questions here. So I'm going to say thank you to Stella, Lauren and George. And I'm going to move on now. And I see there's a Mr. Steve Bradley, applicant, wish to address the committee. Steve, could you come? That lectern's not working, so if you want to take a seat in the bottom row there, maybe a couple of seats over from Laura there, maybe over here. Yeah, just through here. Yep, just there, that little chair would be great if you want to just take a seat there. Thank you. As you know, Steve, you've 5 minutes as an applicant, only, so if you want to take it from now.
Yeah, sure. Just before I get into the question, that's about fire.
Sorry, Chair. Chair, can we get the mic on?
Sorry.
Sorry. This one. There we go. Apologies for that, everybody. Yeah, just before I begin, I just wanted to, because a question was asked about a fire at 1 Grafton Street. That happened in 2021, left the property uninhabitable. It was left with no central heating, electrics, water or bathroom. It was left with no roof at the rear of the property. And rather than fix it up, the previous owner, and claim it on insurance, the previous owner left it empty for a period of time until I bought it. So I was the person who fixed up the property, brought it back into habitable use, and I think it makes a significantly more positive contribution to the character of the area now than it did when it was left empty for over a year by the previous owner and left uninhabitable. So I just wanted to correct that. So on to the actual the substance of what we've got at hand, Chair. This is a really straightforward application because there's no extensions or structures involved in this. It's basically about change of use from one residential category into another. So basically, committee members need to, the decision before you all today is, are there grounds to refuse permission for this change of use? And it's my clear assertion that there just aren't. And I think it's on that basis the officers also recommended that the application should be approved. Now, broadly, there are 2 main grounds on which such an application could be assessed. The first is, are there any policy reasons Council could refuse permission for a change of use into a residential HMO? And as I'm sure the committee members are aware of, in essence, there are none. The Council may currently be looking into whether it should adopt future restrictions on HMOs via the local development plan, but as you're aware, that process is ongoing and the plan hasn't been adopted. So this application can only be assessed on the basis of the current Derry Area Plan, which is completely silent on HMOs. So there are therefore no specific policy grounds on which Council can refuse this application for change of use into HMO. As has been mentioned, one individual area where the Council could refuse is on parking. As we can see from a number of the objections, it's a topic some residents feel strongly about. However, this application is to change an existing residential property, which has an already established and existing impact upon parking in the area, and they turn it into a different category of residential use. As DFI themselves stated in their response, as a HMO, this property is assumed to have a requirement of 3 parking spaces. But the officer's report states, and I quote, "The level of required parking would not be significantly different from that which exists for the dwelling." And officers highlighted that, you could have 4 or 5 adults living in a house, a grown-up family, and therefore they could have a considerable number of cars as a result. And they concluded that this application would not result in any additional parking requirement. But even if you assume that's wrong, even if you according to the officer's advice and look at what DFI were saying, you're talking 1 or 2 parking spaces maximum. And can they be accommodated within Grafton Street in the broader area? They absolutely can. And the extended parking survey shows that. And it's been very incorrect information. That parking survey was done over an 11-day period. It wasn't done over a reading week. It was 11 days, morning and night, which are the professional guidance says that's the period of maximum occupancy in properties. That's the stress test for for what the maximum parking needs are. And the survey clearly shows there is a lot of availability in the area. Now, I get that residents will want to park as close to their property as they can. And if they can't, they may therefore feel the parking in the area just doesn't exist. But there's clear photographic and there's also video evidence that shows that there is sufficient parking. And again, we only need to find at worst 1 or 2 extra spaces in this area. And for example, the area between the bottom of Park Avenue at Argyle Terrace up to the church, which is just below 1 Grafton Street, it has space for 14 spaces. There is parking space on Grafton Street. Grafton Street is marked out for parking spaces in between the double yellow lines. People do park on Park Avenue, contrary to what was said by one of the objectors. 14 spaces. On the 11 days on which the survey was conducted, there was only 1 day on which 1 car filled 1 of those 14 spaces. So, DFI have said this is a robust parking survey, and they've said they would have taken an even stricter view. So, in summary, I really don't think you can say that there isn't parking space there for the 1 or 2 additional spaces that they couldn't be accommodated. So, I don't think that's a grounds on which you could refuse. And Council has already accepted that. Council has, since this application went in, Council has approved 2 other HMO applications in the street next door. So if parking is an issue throughout this area, and bear in mind the DFI says you look at a 200 to 400 metre walking space from your property, Council should not have approved those 2 applications which were submitted after this one. And I suspect that if this is refused and never did end up an appeal, I think the Council will be on very sticky ground, having passed 2 HMOs next door in the period since then. 2 final points, Chair. Firstly, as we know, this city has been waiting 60 years for a proper university, and every strategy of this Council for the last 20 years has wanted 10,000 places. As the letter of support from the university shows, today, we need an extra 500 to 700 student places in this city. It's unrealistic.
Excuse me, Mr. Bradley, your 5 minutes are now up.
I'm on 4.5 because the initial question about the fire. Sorry.
20, but you go ahead and finish.
Okay, fine. Apologies, Chair. It's unrealistic to think that students will all live in halls. They won't speak to them. They'll do it for 1 year, and then they want their own space with their own friendship group. So they want to be out. And the private rental sector has a role to play in meeting the aspirations of the city around student accommodation. And to remind you all again, there's only 1 HMO currently on Grafton Street. We don't want saturation levels of student properties, as you see in parts of Belfast. We need to spread students more thinly around the city, but 1 HMO currently on Grafton Street and 1 more I don't think is a big issue. And then finally, Chair, as committee members will know, DFI stipulates that Council should determine a planning application within 8 weeks, unless it's large or complex. This is a really simple application for change of use. It's taken 50 weeks to get to the stage of determination. Which is almost an entire year. And that's more than the 2 other applications, which I said in the neighbouring streets have been submitted recently. It's in nobody's interest for this thing to drag on and be left in limbo for so long. And I'd be really grateful, Chair, if yourself and committee members could look at why this has gone on for so long. I understand that staff are incredibly overworked and understaffed within the planning committee, but it's in nobody's benefit for this to drag on for so long. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. Thanks to the objectors, and thanks to the case officer, Paula, as well.
Okay, Mr. Bradley, thank you. Your comments have been noted anyway. And I'll open up to the floor now for questions from members. Members, any questions for Mr. Bradley? Check online here. Alderman Hussey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for late arrival at a hospital appointment earlier on. Steve, mention has been made there that there was a tenancy, a family tenancy in this particular property. I suppose a couple of questions on that, because the comparison of their parking requirements vis-a-vis the new parking requirements, and I agree with you, by the way, I don't see any planning reasons why the planning committee cannot permit this, but just to clarify it in my own mind, the previous tenancy then, the family tenancy that was there, was that closed by them or by the landlord? And what was the profile of the previous occupants? The family structure, if you like, were they children, were they adults, or whatever? Because as I say, that's relative to the comparison of current or what was parking requirements vis-a-vis what will be. And I suppose just a comment by myself, should the needs of students trump those of Indigenous population? It's a moral one more than anything else. But the first one, I think, is the more important one from my perspective. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bradley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hussey. The previous occupants of the property were a family. Prior to that, there had been a mixture of types of occupants. This was, again, all before I bought the property. That tenancy ended because of the fire. The house became uninhabitable. The family moved out. They moved somewhere else. They weren't rendered homeless. They moved somewhere else. And then it sat idle for over a year until I bought it and got it back into habitable use. So I can't comment on what their parking requirements were. Parking requirements for families will vary differently. But one point I think is really important here. There's an inherent assumption in all of this that every student brings a car. That is simply it's just not true. It defies common sense. Not every student who comes to McGee will bring a car with them. Yet all of this is working on the assumption that they will. And I think it's really flawed. And we have to understand that is just not an accurate reflection of the situation. Your final point, Councillor Hussey, should the needs of students trump the local residents? I don't see it that way. Students have a positive contribution to make the neighbourhoods. I spent 2 years of my life as a full-time student union president at my university. You do meet a lot of anti-student prejudice. You do meet a lot of people who assume, students are two-horned devils running around wrecking the place. That's not the experience in most places, and certainly not the experience in Derry. Students can add to the vibrancy and the effectiveness of a community. They can make the difference between a shop or a post office opening and closing because they're bringing in extra additional spending power. They can help keep a bus route open. They can get involved in the local community. They can add young, vibrant people. I think what for me I find is really unhelpful is when you talk about areas as being family areas, as if, they're a preserve only of people. You're not allowed there if you're single, if you're LGBT plus, if you're beyond a certain age, if you happen to be childless through either choice or through situation. But it's only for families. What tends to make vibrant and positive communities is a mix. And I feel really passionate about this, that we have to find a place and a role for students in our city, because otherwise, why are we trying to get 10,000 plus students in this place? Where are you going to let them live if they can't live in a street which only has one student house out of, say, 50 properties? Where are you going to let students live in this city? And if you're going to veto them left, right and centre, let's stop the charade and let's stop asking for 10,000 students. But let's also please accept students have a positive role to play in communities. They bring in incremental money. They get involved in all sorts of activities. They work in shops. They keep businesses afloat, bars, restaurants, taxis, everything else. It's not students' needs trumping residents. Students' needs are also residents' needs as well, because we all need vibrant communities. We all need people living in our areas, and we all need jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Alderman Hussey, have you any supplementaries or follow-ups?
No, really. Just to, I suppose, clarify, I did my own years as a student, but I stayed in accommodation that was provided by the college. So there is a responsibility on the education bodies, the universities, colleges, etc., to think about what they should be doing when they're bringing students into an area. So, but at the same time, I can understand the fear of local people when one looks at the village situation in Belfast, for example. So all of those things, they're moral issues as opposed to planning issues, I suppose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Boyle, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Steve, thanks for your presentation to us as well. Straightforward, simple question. I'm going to declare something here as well. Steve, I know Grafton Street extremely well. My mother was born and raised in Grafton Street. I personally lived in Grafton Street. I know the parking situation. I know all of that. However, and that's kind of why local representatives are now sitting on planning committees because we know the neighbourhoods that we're talking about. Not suggesting you don't, but why 5 bedrooms instead of 4? Why 5 or why not 3? I'm looking at the floor plan for the property, and the floor plan for the property. As I said, I know these properties well, in and out of them as a child and a teenager over the years, and even as an adult. Many friends on that street, and you have a ground floor bedroom, in what traditionally would have been a living room area. Behind that, there's another living room stroke lounge area. So I suppose really I'm expanding a little bit on my question, but why not 4 bedrooms instead of 5? It might make it more palatable for people.
I mean, the simple answer is that that's the way student properties are done. The space is there. Student properties don't have sort of 2 living spaces downstairs. If you did, there would be a risk that they could just move somebody else in, move a friend in, subsidise their own rent and use that space. Because, students don't need an entire ground floor just for amenity space. That's not how students live their lives, and we know that. And you won't find, I don't believe you'll find a student property in this city which does that. So the space is there. It's about making sensible use of the space. There are very clear requirements in the student licensing process which dictate the size of rooms, the availability of rooms, and the type of rooms that are available. So there's by no means a question of, packing them in like sardines. You're not allowed to do that. You do not get a license if that's the case. But this accommodation meets the licensing requirements for student property. And I think it's just a sensible use of the space that's there. If you compare, for example, the bedrooms in this property to what a lot of student halls, especially the modern ones you see going up around Belfast, student roost and people like that, these bedrooms are superior to that, and certainly the entirety of the living space as well. These professional student halls you see going up are very small and very expensive. And again, I would reinforce, even if the university built halls, was trying to build extra halls, you'd be talking 5 years before we got to that stage. Do we just say no more university growth for 5 years? And secondly, speak to students. Derek he mentioned earlier, he may be an exception. Most students don't want to spend the 3 or 4 years of their degree in halls. They do it for 1 year, they find a group, they move out, live with people they know, where they don't have to write their name on the butter in the fridge in case somebody else nicks it. That's not the reality of students. I asked my own niece, who's on her 3rd year in Leeds, when I went and saw her accommodation, which is far away from her campus, and I said, why are you living up here? Why don't you live in halls? And she just laughed and said, we don't want to live in halls.
Thank you, Steve. Further questions? No. Thank you. Mr. Bradley, do you want to take a seat back over there again, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members and officers.
Any members questions for the officer? So if any members have any questions for Laura. Councillor Heaney, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm relatively new to this committee, so forgive me, but I just am trying to help understand the policy just that you outlined at the outset in relation to family residential vis-a-vis HMO car use. So it was sort of articulated that if it was residential and family, there would be 3 car parking spaces needed. Now, forgive me, but there's not many people in Rosemount who've got 3 cars, many families. So in reality, I can't see how that position could be adapted then. But despite what the applicant has said, my experience of students come to this town is that they do tend to have cars, so you're much more likely they need 3 car parking spaces plus if there's now 5 bedrooms as Alderman Hussey, Councillor Boyle was articulating. So that's a potential up to 5 cars. So there is an issue. So just help me understand that policy position a wee bit more about how families in this particular area would be likely to have 3 cars.
Thank you, Councillor. We use the parking standards as well as DFI roads to assess the number of parking spaces that are required for different types of developments. And on those standards, if you apply that, this was potentially a 4 or a 5 bedroom house or one single family unit, those standards would also require that 3 spaces are provided, which DFI Roads have said is the same requirement for that of the HMO. It's a guidance document that we use alongside PPS3, which is the planning policy.
Happy enough, Councillor Heaney? Okay, thank you. Any other members of Councillor Boyle?
Just on the basis of clarity as well, Mr. Bradley mentioned that there was, certainly in his view, only one HMO on Grafton Street. Now, we all know that there are a number of HMOs in the vicinity of Grafton Street. So just for the benefit of officers, to clear that up, do we know how many HMOs there are in Grafton Street? Because again, that's relevant and it's important that we consider that too.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Laura, if you can address that, please.
Thanks for the question. Yes, we've only approved one other HMO on Grafton Street, so that's the only approval that we have there for HMO development.
Councillor Boyd? Okay, thank you. Any Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, and I suppose it's not a question, but just a comment or observation, because it is without question that there's a proliferation of HMOs and student accommodation around the area, and we listened intently to Mr. Bradley's or the applicant's advice around the university expansion. I don't think there's anybody within this chamber that doesn't agree with aspirations to deliver increased student numbers in McGee, but it can't be to the detriment of the residential character of established residential streets to other cities. So the ambition to expand the university and reach the figure of 10,000 students shouldn't come to the detriment of the residents that are living in Grafton Street or the surrounding areas. And we do look at our university cities, and the one that springs to mind is Belfast, where my own son's currently studying, and it's quite often in the headlines in relation to issues that residents are facing in the Holy Lands area. We can't allow Rosemount to turn into the Holy Lands in the aspirations to reach 10,000 students. So that's where, and I suppose it's just a comment in relation to quite a lot of what we've been told. I think we've been working with the university and with council in relation to trying to move things along and bring the university a case where it's expanded. But we can't have a repeat of some of the mistakes that have been made elsewhere, and we can't allow areas that are people that are looking to profit from the expansion of the university, they override the concerns of local residents. So I think that needs to be paramount, and well, it's certainly paramount in my thinking going forward, but there's not a question within that. It's just a comment on the back of quite a lot of the comments that we had received from the applicant. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, on more observations and anything, and I can understand that. Don't see Park Avenue at the moment anywhere like the Holy Lands, but I can see what you're saying anyway, and obviously that's an observation on your behalf. Thank you. Any other members wish to ask Laura a question? Are you online? Okay, thank you, members. Well, members, that's this application nearly done now, except the fact is that we have the application is listed for an approval. So I'll offer over to members now, if any members wish to. Councillor Boyd, go ahead.
Chair, I'm going to make a proposal. It's actually on the grounds of inadequate access, movement and parking. I don't agree with our officer assessment in relation to this street, nor indeed actually many of the surrounding streets. I understand the argument in relation to, well, people could park in Park Avenue. Believe me, any more parking in Park Avenue, and we've got even bigger problems than we already currently have. I don't see the necessity for the number of bedroom units in this particular property, thus adding to the challenges presented. But actually, let's just believe the evidence of our own eyes. If you look at figure 4, which is the parking along Grafton Street, look on both sides of the road there and look where the cars are parked. They're parked on a footpath. That is proof positive that there are problems with accessibility, movement and parking on this particular street. So, Chair, I, on that basis, am going to propose that we do not accept the officer recommendation on this particular occasion. And perhaps the applicant might want to go back to the drawing board and consider something else for in terms of how you might want to let this particular property. I mean, I do agree with the sentiment. You know, we want families to be moving into neighbourhoods as well. And yeah, 100%. You know, students are a valuable part of our community. They always were and they always will be. And they move in and some of them stay forever and amen, and they actually become part of what it is that we're trying to build here. But we can't allow that particular ambition to override the concerns of local residents in occasions like this. And there will be, no doubt, similar applications in other streets in Park Avenue and in the Rosemount district in general. And we probably have to take every single one of them in the way that we always do, and that is we treat every single one of them on their own merits. And the merit of this one, for me, it just doesn't fit and it doesn't work for this particular street. So that's my proposal, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. And I'm going to go to Councillor Heaney. Thank you, Councillor Heaney. There's a proposal from Councillor Boyle. Go ahead.
Completely second that proposal, just on the same grounds, the concerns over the lack of parking and the issues in the street that I articulated earlier.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Heaney. Proposal from Councillor Boyle to not to affirm the officer's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Heaney. We take that to the vote, please, Eamon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is application LA11 2022 0924F. Alderman Breslin.
For Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey. For. Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
For Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. For. Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Thank you. Councillor McHugh. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. 13-4 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. That's 13-4 and 1 abstention. So that proposal is carried on behalf of Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Heaney. Thank you very much for attending today, Mr. Bradley. Okay, thanks very much. Now we're going to move on now to the next item. That's item number 8. Just before we go on to it, there is a late item. Could members confirm that they've seen that and have read that and are happy enough to proceed? Yeah. Okay, silence is indicated. That is number 8 is LA11 2022-1038-F, retrospective approval in relation to property at 1 Lawrence Hill in relation to a wall. And it's Malgi who's going to take us through that. Thank you, Malgi.
Thank you, Chair. Item 8 is LA11 2022-1038F. It's a full application for the retrospective approval of the removal of a dangerous and structurally unstable wall, reinstatement of wall using like-for-like Kings Court Country Manor red brick, and replicating the wall coping and railings using 4-inch high peak coping. The location is at 1 Lawrence Hill Dairy. The recommendation is to approve. The application is before members today, as there was more than 5 objections received in relation to this proposal. The application site, known as number 1 Lawrence Hill, is located at the junction of Lawrence Hill and Springham Street. The current property is a 3-story red brick property with a small side and front enclosure. Proposed development is to replace a wall that was removed at the time of submission. The original wall was removed and work had been commenced on the new wall. So I see in these detailed plans there in red is the extent of the new wall. I suppose it's a boundary wall around the front and side of the house or property, sorry. So you'll see here on terms of the site context, the existing red brick property. And this photograph shows it as per when it was site visited by the case officer. So you can see that the new wall was under construction at that time. The weather was a bit worse than it is today. I'm looking at those photographs. Again, it's just probably a better photo showing the adjoining properties. These types of walls are closed or level walls with railings were common features within what is the McGee Conservation Area and Lawrence Hill. And again, it's just more images. This image is taken from Springham Street, looking back towards the property. Again, just it's showing the corner with Springham Street and Lawrence Hill. And it's just showing you the extent at the time of the site visit before any copings were put on. So in terms of policy context, there's a number of relevant planning policies in consideration of this application. The Dairy Area Plan BE1, BE4, BE7, the SPPS, and the PPS 6, there's BH11, 12 and 14. There's a design guide for the McGee Conservation Area. And because this is a residential property, the addendum to PPS 7, which deals with alterations to such properties. We did consult a number of bodies given the location of the property. In terms of statutory consultees, we consulted HED, and both branches of HED have come back, and that's historic buildings and monuments. Buildings would be primarily concerned by nearby listed buildings. The host building itself isn't listed, but there is ones in the proximity. So they had no issues in terms of any adverse impact on the setting of any listed buildings in the locality, and monuments had no concerns due to the scale and nature of the proposed development. So there was letters of objections were received from 7 separate addresses in the surrounding area, and our consideration of those are outlined in the case officer report. In summary, there's a number of issues raised in terms of the belief that the applicant did not reinstate the wall using the original red brick. The wall was demolished without planning permission, which is protected by virtue of the fact it was located in the conservation area. The demolition of the wall is part of an ongoing change to the use of his property, and the residents association object to this change of use. The applicant has changed the design of the wall and introduced a curved corner, which impacts upon the established character of the neighbourhood, and the property has been turned into a commercial property. And the developers of number 1 have given no consideration to the existing residents of the street. The plan application lacks measurements or proposed detailings of the copings and railings. The P1 form submitted for this application states the present use of the building is residential, so they object to that prior to sale of the property. And just general disruption from the ongoing works having a negative impact on the lives of the residents of the streets whilst the work was ongoing. So officers have considered the proposed development, as it says, that the time of assessment, the time submission, the original wall was removed. So what we're assessing is the impact of the proposed new wall, and in terms of primarily on the immediate property in terms of PPS 7, but also on and importantly in terms of the McGee conservation area. As this acceptable form of development, and would this have an adverse impact on the overall character of the McGee conservation area? We have informally consulted our conservation officer, and they reviewed it. They have no objections to the proposed development. Officers of the opinion that effort has been made to replicate as best as possible what was there before, although we didn't use the original bricks. The bricks used are as close as possible in terms of size, colour, and etc. The proposed railings, details, etc., we believe do replicate sympathetically what was there before, and would upkeep the general character of the immediate property and the conservation area in general. Whilst BH14 deals with demolition, we don't believe that could be fully engaged because the wall had been removed at the point of application. But in terms of the thrust of what you would expect it to do in PPS 14 is that you'd be expected to have an adequate type of development in place. At that point, we believe that the proposed development is considered an acceptable redevelopment of that wall. So in terms of PPS 7, no, it is just very, as I say, it's a replacement of a wall that was there already. So in terms of the principle having the wall at that location, in terms of size, scale, nature, etc., we find it would be acceptable and would have no adverse impact on the property or the amenity of the neighbouring residents. There's no impacts on or damage to existing trees or landscape features in terms of local environmental quality, and it won't have any impact whatsoever on the space that exists on the curtilage, within the existing curtilage of the property for recreational and domestic purposes. We have received a lead item from a third party. The first of it, later, there's 3 points raised, I believe, in the lead item. The first dealt with the belief that it was premature to make a decision on the application, that the railings for which retention is sought are not reinstated, are not in existence. We believe that we can make a recommendation on this on the grounds of the wording of the description. We believe it's twofold. The description seeks retrospective permission for the removal of the wall, but talks about the reinstatement of the wall, copings and railings using similar materials that was existent. We believe that the reinstatement element can be viewed, interpreted as both retention, dealing with both the retention of the wall as built at the time of application and the proposed works that haven't been completed, in this case the railings on top. And there's sufficient information in terms of the drawings about what they are and what the impact of those are. And we feel that the description does adequately describe what the proposal is for. The email also questions the level of evidence submitted to demonstrate the wall being unstable or dangerous. There was no evidence submitted in support of this. As we say, the wall was demolished at the point of submission of the application. PPS 6 does not require the submission of such evidence as a mandatory requirement. If we had an application assessing the future demolition, it would be maybe good practice, I suppose. They seek that information or they receive that information. But at this stage, the wall was demolished, and we don't feel that there would be a need for that at this stage. No. So as it has already been removed, the assessment of the proposal considered the new development as being acceptable in the conservation area and being compliant with the relevant policies in BH 12 in terms of new development in the conservation area, and also BH 14. So in conclusion and summing up, we have considered all the material considerations, including consultee responses, third-party representations, the relevant and current policy context, and our recommendation is to approve this full application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Melody, for that presentation. Going to bring on ask Matt Kennedy. Matt, are you online there? Hello, Matt. Yeah, there we go.
That's it.
Matt, go ahead there. I can't hear you.
Okay, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, councillors, for the opportunity to address the planning committee on these applications. I've read the planning committee report prepared by Mr. McCarron.
Matt, sorry about cutting across you, but a few of the members can't hear you. I wonder if you could maybe come closer or speak up a bit. Thank you.
Okay. You hear me now, Chair?
That's better now, Matt. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chair, councillors, for the opportunity to address the planning committee on these applications. I've read the planning committee report prepared by Mr. McCarron, agree with its findings. I don't propose to repeat what's in the report. I'm primarily here on behalf of the applicants to answer any queries councillors may have. Just in relation to the query about the railings, I was on site yesterday afternoon, 3:45, and the railings had just been put in place earlier that morning. So it is a retention application and the railings are now in place. Both the council planners and HED are happy with the planning application. Therefore, I would simply request that the councillors will accept the case officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Just bear with us here. Members, have you any questions for Mr. Kennedy? No. No questions, Matt. I'll just go now to any members have any questions for Malachy. No. Okay, that's grand. Okay, members, well, there's applications on the floor and there's a recommendation to approve. So, Councillor McDade, thank you.
Yeah, can I propose to accept the recommendation to approve the application?
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Barr, you're going to second that. Thank you. Damon, could you take out the vote, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Again, remember, this is application LA 11 2021 1245F. The recommendation is to approve. Alderman Breslin.
For Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thanks. Alderman Kerrigan.
For Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney. Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. Okay, so 3 abstentions and 11 for.
Okay, members, I propose we've been carried, 11 for, 3 abstentions. On the next application, which is linked to the previous one, number 9, LA 11 2022 1053F. And with respect to approval, that's Malachy taking us through this. Thank you, Malachy.
For information, given the previous discussion and previous decision, is it legal, I suppose I'm looking to Philip, to propose the approval?
Bear with me, Alderman Hussey. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question is, can we just approve it or do we still have to go through the consideration process? Yeah, nonetheless. Separate application requires separate consideration.
Thank you, Philip. Okay, Matthew, do you want to, or Malachy, sorry, take it over.
Thank you, Chair. Just waiting for this to look. I'll quickly go through this application. It's very similar issues, but the application is LA 11 2022 1053, and it's a DCA, which is demolition within a conservation area consent. The proposal, like the previous application, is for retrospective approval of the removal of a dangerous and structurally unstable wall, reinstatement of wall using like-for-like red brick and replicating the wall coping and railings using 4-inch high peak coping. As outlined before, it's a property number 1, Lawrence Hill, at the junction of Lawrence Hill and Springham Street. The wall that was demolished was in the approximate location of the red, or the same location, in fact. We'll actually skip on and I give an idea because there is a slide showing the wall was there before. So to give an idea, it's very similar in nature to what was there before. There's an image from 2020. So in terms of policy context, again, it's the same policy context as the similar policy context in this respect. BH14 and BH12, again, are important in terms of the principle of demolition within the conservation area. We sought the view of our conservation area and showed no objections. And again, we feel that the proposed, the retrospective application for the consent is acceptable, given that there's an acceptable scheme under BH12, and therefore DCA recommendation to grant the consent under DCA is fine on the grounds of having an acceptable scheme and meeting PH14 also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy. Matt, let me bring you in if you wish to address the committee.
Chair, I don't want to delay the committee. I would simply request on behalf of the client that councillors accept the case officer's recommendation and approve this demolition consent.
Thank you, Matt. Members, it's over. Have you any questions or for Matt Kennedy? No. Okay, members, over to you. So there's an application on the floor.
Propose the
recommendation
to approve.
Councillor McDade, second it. That's great. Thank you, Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is recommended for approval in its application LA 11 2022 1053F. Alderman Breslin.
For Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
For Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney. For. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you, Eamon. That's one was carried now. Thank you. Next application is application number 10, members. LA 11 2021 1245 stroke F. Attached dwelling bungalow with integral double garage, site 14 Manor Hill, new buildings. And taking that. Malachy's taking that. Thank you, Malachy. You want to go ahead there?
Thank you, Chair. Item 10, LA 11 2021 1245. It's a full application, proposal for a detached dwelling. It's a bungalow with an integral garage. The location is known as Site 14 Manor Hill, and the recommendation is to refuse. The site as proposed is outlined in red and the site location map here. It is within the partially developed residential development known as Manor Hill, which just lies to the east of the established Donhue Park. It's within the development limits of new buildings set out in the Derry Area Plan. And there is a planning history of approval of for the larger residential property, which has been incrementally developed since the date of approval a number of years back. So this is a proposed block plan and site plan showing the location of the proposed property. So again, it's a bungalow shown here. So the nature and character of the existing site is that it's currently partially grassed, sloping area, personally with some construction works ongoing on it. There's development ongoing beside it. It's just very much the feel of a development under construction. The proposed house type and elevations are set out there. Just a very simple suburban type bungalow, detached in nature. And there's the proposed floor plans. Again, it's all detailed in the report. In terms of policy context for this proposed development, with the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS 3, PPS 7, PPS 8, the addendum, the PPS 7, regarding safeguarding of the character of established residential areas, PPS 12, as well as supplementary planning guidance is set out in the case officer's report. We consulted a number of statutory and non-statutory consultees. There was no objections raised by any of the consultees. We've received no representations from third parties in relation to the proposed application. Central to our consideration and recommendation of this application is the planning history. So in this case, the original development was approved under an application A 2001-1340 back in 2004. The application site was for a larger residential development, and within that there was a number of pockets of open space approved. So we talk about sort of green areas that were conditioned as well as being shown on site plans as approved open space. So they indicate on the original 2001 application, location of our site is approximately here where I have the cursor. So there was like a landscaped open space with like a walkway, cycleway through that area in terms of, I suppose, permeability through the original approved housing development. In terms of PPS 3, there's no issues, and DFA roads have no issues with the proposed development. It's straightforward in nature in terms of their recommendation. We've assessed the proposed development on its own merits in terms of PPS 7 and addendum the PPS 7 and the PPS 12 policies. We think that the proposed, given the established nature of the area and the scale, design, etc., are satisfactory and in character with what would be found within that development. And if constructed, there will be no detrimental impacts to any of the residential amenities of the surrounding properties. So by and large, on its own merits, it would meet the normal housing criteria in terms of PPS 7 assessment. Turning to PPS 8, which is planning policy that deals with the protection of open space. So within that policy, OS1 is the main policy consideration. Within that, it says that they will not permit development that would result in the loss of existing open space or land zone for the provision of open space. The presumption against the loss of existing open space will apply irrespective of its physical condition and appearance. An exception will be permitted where it is clearly shown that a redevelopment will bring substantial community benefits that decisively outweigh the loss of an open space. As alluded to earlier, the site is largely located on land approved as open space under the original approval back in 2001. So it measured approximately 490 square metres. The approval shows that this is part of a site with some landscaping and a small path leading through to the upper parts of the wider development. While a supporting statement has been submitted and considered within the case officer's report, officers are of opinion that the proposal, if development, would be contrary to policy OS1 for the reason being that if the proposed development was sited on the site, it would be sited on approved open space and no substantial community benefits have been put forward within the supporting statement that would, in our view, outweigh the need to protect that open space for the wider benefits of the residents within that approved development. So in conclusion, our recommendation centres on one key policy issue is the protection of the open space that's approved in the original development. We feel that no adequate community benefits have been put forward by the applicant to outweigh the loss of that. In fact, we feel a bit opposite, like, no, it would only really has benefit. I suppose they have an R dwelling on that land. Like, no, there's no proposal for any additional open space. And we believe that open space is integral and important as part of the original approved housing development and as part of the consideration of the overall approval of that housing development at the time of in 2004. So we would recommend refusal on those grounds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy, for your presentation. I'm going to go over to Matt Kennedy on behalf of the applicant. Matt, as you well know, Matt, you have 5 minutes. If you Matt, you there yet? I see you now. Matt, we can't hear you. I think your mic's off. It's not turned on.
You hear me now, Chair?
Yes, Matt, I can hear you now. If you want to take it away now, it's for 5 minutes, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, councillors, for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee on this planning application. I've read the Planning Committee report and would disagree with its findings, which concludes that planning permission should not be granted. The key planning issue in this application is whether a proposal would lead to a loss of public open space. There are a number of material planning considerations. One, the original housing scheme for this site included no open space. It was a scheme for large dwellings and large plots with sufficient garden space. The surrounding housing developments also contain no public open space. This is a characteristic of this area: large dwellings on large plots with large gardens. The original scheme was then amended by Braidwater and included some small pockets of public open space, including a number of cycle paths. However, as the site has been developed as Manor Hill over the years, none of this actual public open space has been provided. Most of the proposed open space and cycle paths has been incorporated into residents' gardens. The approved open space included a cycle path. This is a very steep site that already has footpaths and a road network. A steep cycle path is not practical or safe at this location. The provision of such open space on a steeply sloping site such as this, with roads on three sides of it, must be questioned. It's impractical and unusable. Bungalows are very popular with people in this city, but they're not very popular with developers because they have a large footprint and they believe that they can get more on a particular site if they go for two-storey development. However, bungalows, there is a significant need for bungalows in this city, particularly for the elderly and the disabled people. and this can be considered to be a substantial community benefit that I would argue outweighs the loss of this small area of unusable open space. The applicant is not proposing an additional dwelling on this site. What the applicant is simply proposing to do is they have a change of house type on this site. Planning have no objections to the proposed house type, its design or its size. The only issue here is whether the proposal results in the loss of open space. This open space was never delivered by the original developer. The open space is small, unsafe and unusable, and it's on a very steep site. Therefore, on behalf of our client, we would request that the councillors overturn the officer's recommendation and approve this planning application.
Okay, Matt, thank you for that there. I'm going to see if any of our members wish to address any questions to you. Members?
Chair.
In the chat box, right? Who's that? Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I couldn't get the chat box in. It's Alderman Kerrigan.
Okay, Keith, do you want to?
Just very briefly, if that's
okay, go ahead.
No, just in relation to that, Matt, there, I was trying to go through the PPS8 and the open space in regards to it, but you're making reference that when the initial site was passed, I know this is just referencing there a change of house type for this one dwelling. But in the initial planning permission, you're stating that there were no open space provision at all. And I'm just trying to see, is there an element due to, that would be safety concerns that I would have in regards to that site because of the steepness, what you're referencing? As I say, I know where the site is, but I wouldn't just be familiar with Manor Hill and in there. But it's in regards to, when you see it on the map, you can clearly see that that site is surrounded on three sides by the road. And if you're mentioning that, referencing the steepness of the site, surely there would be severe safety concerns there in regards to, you know, there's going to be some sort of maintenance. I mean, if children are unable to use that, there's a chance there of people going out onto the road and being hit by a car there on it. So it's that sort of element of it there. And again, it's under the 2 hectares. But is that getting the touching on the safety concerns? And again, you're only looking for a change of house type. So it's just trying to see on that what grounds there we would have there to alter. As you say, the planners are content with the house type. It's solely on loss of open space that this application is up for refusal. So if you could just try and touch on those points a wee bit, Matt. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Matt, do you want to address that, please? Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Chair. Chair, just in relation to that, anybody who looks at the site layout, you'll see that the open space is located on really what you could call a horseshoe bend, which turns 180 degrees. You have roads on 3 sides of the actual proposed open space. And then what you have running through it then is a proposed cycle path. There's also proposed cycle paths on the opposite side of the road as well, which duplicates the cycle path provision. And if you know the area and if you know Manor Hill, Chair, it's very difficult to drive up it. It's so steep, never mind cycle up it. But in this case, we have 2 cycle paths, not just one. So I would argue that it's entirely impractical and entirely unfeasible. And I would echo the councillor's concerns in relation to safety, because anyone who was actually going to go and use that open space would have to cross the public road, both to get there and both to come back. And I think it really, from my assessment, it's not a meaningful area of open space that would make a significant contribution. And if you know Manor Hill and if you know the scale of the houses and the scale of the dwellings, it's not an area that really necessitates or requires significant areas of large open space. I would see substantial community benefits in developing a bungalow on this site rather than the 3-storey house which was approved on it.
All right, Matt, thanks very much for that. Any of our members wish to? No. Okay, Matt, thank you. I'm going to, oh, sorry, excuse me. Are you sure, Alderman Hussey? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on now to questions to the officer, to Malachy. Any members got any questions for Malachy? Councillor Fleming, sorry.
Suppose in relation to the location of the open space within the area, looking at this map, that would lead, I'm thinking that it's not centrally located. And I suppose my question would be, would that not in itself be a contravention of planning policy, the location of the open space?
Yep, thank you, Chair. As I say, that the Manor Hall development is distinct from Donahue Park. You know, it is at the eastern portion of the overdevelopment, the overall development. Like, no, so in terms of centrality, you have to take into account this. The approval under 2001 was a standalone application. Now, it has been approved, it would have been assessed at the time. PPS 8 would have been a policy consider, sorry, PPS 7 and the provision of open space within PPS 7 would have been a consideration for the approval at that time. No, so it was assessed that it was adequate open space. It's factually as open space in terms of the approved decision and the conditions attached to it. We believe it meets the description of open space as per the annex in PPS 8. So in officer's views, it would be fully compliant with both PPS 7 and PPS 8 as being considered open space.
Have it off, Councillor?
No more questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of issues, I suppose. I'm looking at a line from the Derry area plan, and we all know these plans are out of date and all the rest of them. That states that application sites must be considered on their own particular merits. So just looking at the merits of the particular site, with regard to green space within the overall site as well, I would argue strongly that figure 2 clearly indicates a lot of internal green site within this particular location. Figure 5 to me clearly shows it's not a suitable site for a public recreation space, if you want to call it that. Mentioned a bit of a cycle path, there's a mountain bike path maybe, and I'm wondering, where does this cycle path go to? If I look at policy ANV 7, trees and hedges, it states there the site does not benefit from anything at present, and it's admitted that the applicant proposes that there will be greenery within the site when the application is considered. With regard to house type, I'm looking at figure 5 at a white gable wall. Mention was made that it seems to be 2-story houses on this site. That white gable wall there, is that a 2-story dwelling or a story and a half?
Yeah, Maggie.
From recollections of being at the site and earlier applications and raising this, I think it's a 2-story property. That's
a 2-story property, that white gable wall?
Yes.
Right. It looks more like a story and a half to me, but if it is a 2-story, so be it. So with regard to design, that remains to be seen. PPS 7 does allow for infill of vacant sites. I see this as a vacant site, and I see it as infill. And use, good use of a site. It's not an overcrowding of a site. Looking at the properties and the layout, etc., they're all properties with good adequate space in and around them. So a lot of that is common as opposed to anything else. But it's the issue of consider the site on its own particular merits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Any other members wish to ask? Councillor Boyd, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I know where Alderman Hussey's coming from here. I know what he's driving at and tend to agree. And history shows in the development of these sorts of housing developments right through city and district, that there's always an ambition to have significant amenity in terms of public space. But what you invariably find is that public space does become something that's vacant, something that nobody ever upkeeps, something that you always, we as councillors, I've certainly experienced it over the years, where you're trying to find out who owns a piece of land where it's overgrown, full of weeds, unsightly, and certainly not public space that anybody would ever be using. And when I look at the like of this, it's a good example of how something like that can happen. But just one question to Malachy, and I suppose I probably know the answer to it anyway, but the photograph in figure 5, Malachy, that's a contemporaneous photograph. I'm sure that was taken relatively recently. And if it was, then it kind of proves the point I'm making. There's nobody looking after that site.
Ben Augie?
Yeah, well, figure 5 has been taken since the submission of the application and prior to recommendation, but I think it's outlined by the case officer and would be accepted, when visiting the site. This Manor Hall is very much an uncompleted housing development. So that's contributing to the current nature of this. Where officers are not saying this is the open space as envisaged in the original approval. What we're saying is that it factually has been approved as open space, for future open space as part of that overall completion of that housing development. Yeah, as a matter of fact, now, PPS 8 says it doesn't matter about the current state of it, open space. You have to take on the account, what the zoning or the approval is as well. So what we're given with is the approved zoning for that, not the current state on the ground. As like everybody can see from figure 5, we're essentially in the middle of a building site. And in fact, just the point in terms of PPS 8, PPS 8 is not saying that you can't redevelop an open space. PPS 8 is saying that you can do it if there's by exception, if there's a community benefit. And what officers are saying here, that no, we don't believe that the redevelopment of a site for a house it will bring substantial community benefits, that would outweigh the retention of the open space. And that's where we're going with it, like in terms of our recommendation. There may be cases where we do get proposals, they remove open space where community benefits are demonstrated. But that's where the witness is in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to come back on again, Councillor?
Just briefly, and thanks for that. Malachy, I suppose really looking at this, and the explanation coming from Malachy is this one looks quite finely balanced. There are clearly, notwithstanding what I said beforehand, but there are clearly open spaces that we would always want to retain, and we wouldn't want to build on. I'm just looking at this one and thinking, is that something we would really want to retain? It, to me, because of the gradient of it, looking at it simply from the photograph, I'm not sure how useful it would be as a piece of open space. And I would be I would have the fear that it would be something that would just lie vacant and ultimately become an eyesore for the people who would be living in the development as it progresses over the coming months and years, etc. So that's just a view, Chair. No real question with that, but that's where I'm looking at it from.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson?
Chair, and just sort of picking up on a point from Councillor Fleming, I suppose in the general theme, the discussion is focused around, the element of open space, and I take Malachy's point in relation to this is what it's defined as. But when I read creating places, and when there's in creating places actually highlights the fact that open space should enhance the quality and sustainability of the development. It should contribute towards people's health, well-being and quality of life, particularly that of children. Now, when we look at the figure in figure 5, and I know it's not been developed, but given the topography, given the constraints of that particular site, it's hard to see how it could meet the definitions of open space that it's set out by creating places, regardless of whether it was developed or not. There's clear community benefit because any development on that site would be visually more appealing than what's currently there. And as the officers have outlined, it's been there for some time. It's been undeveloped for some time. And the capacity for it to meet the criteria of open spaces defined in creating places is non-existent. So it's never going to, given the constraints, it's never going to meet those, it's never going to meet the objectives of what we would hope to get out of any meaningful open space. So there's a clear community benefit for an alternative use, and that's, I suppose, just wanted to make that point. There's not a question within that, but it's just talking out my thought process in relation to it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm going to go to Chair ahead of planning now. Maura wants to come on there. Do you want to come on, Maura? Thank you.
No, it's just an answer to some of the questions and the comments. Just members, clearly we appreciate that the site in question was a layout that was approved some time ago. And clearly, you know, we've moved on a lot considerably in terms of the type of quality of open spaces that officers and PPS 8 has established over the years. And also, clearly, we appreciate the figure 5 that's in front of us that shows the interim manner in which the developer has, I suppose, left the condition of the site. I suppose all I would say is, that's why it's a balancing consideration for members. But I just think you need to bear in mind that PPS 8 is a high bar test in terms of precedent, and you know, I'm just mindful to highlight that. But I do appreciate that the circumstances around the site, but on the basis that signalling to others that if you don't create the open space and you leave it vacant or you do something with it, the test is irrespective of the condition. It's just to be mindful of that whenever you're looking at reasons of consideration. And also just to be aware of something said earlier, the Derry Area Plan has a notional end date, but it hasn't expired and it's still current. It's just something obviously came up recently in the IE, so just want to remind members that that's the current position. Thanks.
Thank you, Maura. Any other members who wish to have any questions or observations for Malachy? Councillor Boyd.
I'm fairly sure I've been on this street at some point over the years as it was developing, Malachy, but this, you see, basically around the bend where all the proposed other housing units were, they haven't been built. I'm assuming that's correct. There's quite a lot of the development that still has to happen. That's right, yeah.
Yes, I think as acknowledged in the report, this is an ongoing development. Yeah, so there, as well as the open space that hasn't been developed, there's other dwellings that haven't been developed. And I don't know the circumstances why this has happened, but, you know, it's basically some developments happen quickly, but some just are sort of incremental. And that appears in this case that this has been an incremental development. There's this open space. There is some other open space zoned as well, or approved as well elsewhere to the east of the site that we're talking about, to the other side of the bend. And you'll see in figure 6. Well, so goes in figure 6 would be the north of the bend, I know, if that was orientated correctly. So there is other open space approved under 2001 application. This was in the only open space approved. But that's something we would have considered as well. And our consideration is that, you know, if there's any sort of community benefit, like, you would have to outweigh that, and we'd have to sort of think of what would happen with our open space within the development too, and how we would justify it in terms of assessing PPS 8 going forward as well. Thank you, Chair.
Have enough, Councillor Boyle?
Well, again, back to figure 6,
Yeah.
as was approved. Right across the street, there's what looks to me like plenty of open space being accommodated in that plan. Seems bizarre that, obviously that's for future concern and thought. So I get it, I understand the explanation, it's just the logic of way we would literally just have a development and then at this particular juncture, at this point in the turn in the road, have an open space that in all likelihood, as others have pointed out, it doesn't make much sense, I suppose, for want of a better way of putting it, Chair. So, again, just a view on it. I mean, Malachy, that is open space across the street from it if we're looking at figure number 6, isn't it?
Yes, there's 3 years open space. I think I can't speak for designers at the time, but I think the logic is when we're talking about this footway or cycleway, was like a long through, like a green long through the development up towards the wider open space, in a straight line. That's my interpretation of it, from looking at the plans. So I think they were to complement each other, but everybody has their own views on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Malachy. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I think we've canvassed that point extensively now, so is there any other questions before I move on? Nothing in the chat, so that's grand. Okay, thank you, members. There's applications before you. The proposal is to refuse. So I'll take Alderman Hussey. Go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. On the basis within point 12 in the report that what I can see the substantial reason for not approving this from the planners is that there's no substantial community benefit. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying that the space does not currently exhibit any community benefit, so there's no loss of community benefit. Therefore, in my view, under PPS 7, this is an infill of a vacant site that is being applied for. And on that basis, I'm proposing that we do not accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. That's a proposal to overturn the officer's recommendation. Councillor Fleming, yeah.
Yeah, echoing much of what has already been said. Officers are recommending to refuse on the basis of policy OS1. Personally, looking at it, an exception will be permitted where it is clearly shown that redevelopment will bring substantial community benefits that decisively outweigh the loss of the open space. Looking at figure 5, I don't think it would be much of a loss. It's clearly been used for dumping. It's unsuitable for use by local residents for recreational outdoor activities. Using Councillor Boyle's words, it has become an eyesore. So on that basis, I'd be happy to second that proposal to overturn the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Members, we have a proposal on the floor which has been seconded by Councillor Fleming and proposed by Alderman Hussey to overturn the officer's recommendation. So, Eamon, could you take it to the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. And again, this is LA 11 2021 1245F. The recommendation, therefore, will be overturned. The officer's recommendation would be an approval. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDade. Councillor McHugh. Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. That's 13-1, yeah.
Okay, members, that proposal was carried 13-1. Thank you. And we'll now. Sorry, just before we, I've just been speaking to the officers there. Does any member have any conditions they want to delegate the officers in relation to this application? Okay. Alderman Hussey, do you want to come on?
Just clarifying, do we need now to propose the approval?
That's approved, sir. Okay, folks, application number 11, LA 11 2023 1325F. Change of use from domestic garage to respite rehabilitation accommodation at 9 Cecil Road. The recommendation is to refuse. So, and Laura's doing that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. LA11 2023 1325 is an application for a change of use from a domestic garage to a respite rehabilitation accommodation at 9 Cecil Road, Omagh, and the recommendation is to refuse. So this slide shows the location of the application site. It's within the countryside and outside any settlement limits is designated by the Strabane area plan. This slide just shows some images of the garage, which is the subject of the application, and the domestic dwelling, which it sits beside. It's a single story garage. It's currently finished to match the existing dwelling, and it's detached from that, as you can see there in the photos. This slide outlines the policy context under which the application was assessed, which includes the SPPS, the Strabane area plan, plan policy statements 21, 6, 3, PPS 2 and PPS 3 there is duplicated. In terms of the principle of this development proposal, so this proposal is initially considered under PPS 21. So there's no provision under PPS 21 for residential care facilities in the countryside, even at this scale. So we have considered it under policy CTY4 of PPS 21, which is for the conversion and reuse of existing buildings. So it states the plan permission to be granted for these proposals with adoption if necessary for alternative uses, including single dwelling, where it would secure upkeep and retention. However, the SPPS is more prescriptive in this respect and states that in relation to conversion and reuse of buildings for non-residential use, provision should be made for the sympathetic conversion and reuse of a suitable locally important building of special character or interest, such as former schoolhouses, churches and other traditional buildings and outbuildings for a variety of alternative uses, which would secure its upkeep and retention. So therefore, the SPPS takes precedence in the assessing of this application. So this proposal will fall under Class 3C residential institutions, as is providing accommodation and care of people in need. The agent hasn't identified any other suitable sites for this proposal with any nearby settlements or demonstrated why it can't be located within a settlement. As you can see from the earlier photos, this is a modern and typical domestic garage with 2 roller shutter doors, and it has a floor space of just 72 square metres. It's finished in smooth rendered walls with PVC windows and black roof tiles. It's a nondescript domestic building of modern design with no special character or interest. The building therefore clearly fails to make a valued contribution to its local setting, and therefore in principle the conversion or change of use of this building isn't acceptable for these reasons in accordance with the SPPS. So whilst we consider that the proposal isn't acceptable in principle under the SPPS, we have also considered it under policy CTY4, CTY13 and 14 of PPS 21, as well as policy NH6 of PPS 2 in consideration of the design, integration and the character. So the first part of policy CTY4 requires that the building is a permanent construction, and so we're content that that building is that complies with that part A. In terms of CTY4, parts B and C permit the use of buildings where it would maintain or enhance the character and design of the building. And wouldn't have an adverse impact on the character of the locality, which is also outlined under policy CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 21, as well as policy NH6 of PPS 2, given that the site is located within the AONB. So we've considered, the proposal in terms of the amendments being proposed. So the internal arrangements won't cause any type of visual amenity issue. The facade amendments are just proposed in there, as you can see in the drawing, to replace the roller shutter doors with glazed windows and glazed doors. So we're content that it won't have any impact on the character of the visual amenity of this area, and therefore complies with CTY4, 13 and 14 and NH6 in that respect. In terms of amenity, this is also considered under Part D of CTY4 and also in the SPPS. So there are 2 domestic dwellings which are close by this property. You can see them here just in the block plans a minute below. There's one here, you can just see the end wall of it, and the other one is over here. So we've considered the location of these dwellings. There's sufficient separation distance between the proposed change of use in that building and these dwellings. I think there's 25 metres between that building and number 11 to the boundary. So there's also some intervening vegetation between the location of the garage and number 12, which is over there, just where my cursor's sitting at. So we also note as well too, just that there's no outdoor amenity space proposed along with this proposal. So we don't consider that would have any impacts in terms of amenity, in terms of overlooking or noise or anything like that, other than what would exist at present in the residential dwelling and the use of its curtilage. In terms of traffic movements, it's unlikely to be significant and over and above what would be the usual movements for the dwelling, and therefore, and also just in terms of the existing dwelling, this proposal won't affect its private amenity space. So therefore, in consideration of the amenity in terms of the CTY4 and the SPPS, we're content. So in terms of access and parking, also again considering under CTY4 and then in PPS 3, we had just made an error in the planning report where we had referred to Part E in terms of parking. This doesn't consider parking in CTY4. We consider just in terms of that this type of use should be directed to settlement. So I just wanted to clarify that there. So in terms of parking, so we've sought some information from the agent just as to how this building's going to be used. He's advised that it will only accommodate 1 patient at a time over a number of months, and you can see that from the floor plans that only 1 person could be accommodated there, and that the majority of time the patients will be collected and in the applicant's care and returned in their care. We don't consider that there's any necessary adjustments need made to the existing access point and the domestic dwelling. So overall, we consider that the current access and the parking spaces provided within the curtilage of that dwelling house is sufficient, and therefore the proposal will comply with CTY4 and PPS 3 in that respect. Just finally, in terms of PPS 2 and PPS 15, so the site's not located adjacent to or nearby any water courses. The proposal is for a change of use. It won't affect any trees or landscape features. It's a modern building, which we noted was clearly frequently used in the site visit. So we don't have any concerns in terms of any protected species such as bats. And there's been no areas of flooding identified at the site, and given the scale and nature of it, a drainage assessment wouldn't be required under PPS 15. We have received 3 letters of objection to this proposal, just in terms of the nature of the proposed use, in terms of potential safety, just concerns regarding the drawing details and the proximity of the business to the neighbouring property and overlooking. These have been considered in detail in the planning report, which is in front of members. So just to summarise, overall, it's considered that the building to be converted is not a locally important building of special character or interest, and such it's not considered suitable for conversion, and there are no overriding reasons why the proposal couldn't be located within a settlement. And therefore, refusal is recommended for the reasons which are set out in the report, which are in the slide here in front of you. That's in terms of policy CTY 1 and CTY 4, PPS 21, and also the SPPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. And I think we have Mr. Joe McCormick, who's online on behalf of the applicant. So, Joe, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I can, John. Thanks very much.
Okay, Joe, you've got 5 minutes if you want to just crack on now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Committee members for allowing me time to represent my client. The application is for conversion of domestic garage to respite rehabilitation accommodation. The site is at 9 Sesha Road, Newton Stewart. The applicant is a qualified mental nurse with over 14 years post-registration experience. She has experience of caring at the level of nursing assistant, 6 years in community and 2 years in nursing home setting. Mary has completed numerous courses in mental health care and is well qualified in her profession as indicated in her CV. The patients will have place to stay in the countryside with the everyday pressures of town life and having Mary to care for their needs and be on hand in times of difficulty. They will be able to go for walks in the countryside, bake, do arts, crafts, etc., all the while being under qualified supervision. The landscape in this area would certainly be of benefit to a person suffering with mental health problems. Under PPS 21 policy CTY4, it states, planning permission will be granted to proposals for sympathetic conversion with adoption if necessary, of a suitable building for a variety of alternative uses, including as a single dwelling, where this would secure its upkeep and retention. Such proposals will be required to be of a high quality design standard and to meet all the following criteria. The application for approval of conversion of existing garage meets all the following criteria. The building is of a permanent construction. The reuse or conversion would maintain or enhance the form, character and architectural features, design and settings on the existing building and not have an adverse effect on the character or appearance of the area. Any new extensions are sympathetic to the scale, massing and architectural style and finishes of the existing building. The reuse or conversion would not unduly affect the amenities of nearby residents or adversely affect the continued agricultural use of adjoining lands or buildings. The nature and scale of any proposed non-residential use is appropriate to a countryside location. All necessary services are available or can be provided without significant adverse impact. Access to the proposed public road will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. The last paragraph of page 5467 of the Strategic Planning Policy Statement for Northern Ireland states, other types of development in the countryside, apart from those set out above, should be considered as part of the development plan process, in line with other policies set out within the SPPS. This application is not for residential use, but a commercial unit to cater for people in ill health, and this would be therapeutic for clients' patients. They will be able to get care and attention they need and go for walks in the countryside. The reason this site would be more suitable is because in the countryside, the patients would not be annoyed by numerous people in town or village. There are many mountain treks, walks in close proximity to the proposed site, e.g. the Sperrins, Mary Gray, Bessie Bell, Gorton Glens, etc. Under 6.85, there would be little local impact as the building already exists and would be economic benefits for the applicant where it is of a scale, nature and design appropriate to the character of the proposed particular area. Under paragraphs 6.87 of the Strategic Planning Policy for Northern Ireland, it states that the reuse of rural buildings and expansion proposals for business purposes will normally offer the greatest scope for sustainable economic development in the countryside. The applicant should be encouraged to set up this type of facility in her converted garage. She knows there is a need as she has been treating people with mental illness in her own home for the last 6 years, but would prefer to have the facility applied for, which will be better for her patients and her family. I asked the Planning Commission to overrule, the Planning Committee to overrule the Planning Department's proposal recommendation and give a positive recommendation to approve this application. There are no other suitable sites within the area. We intend to use existing outdoor amenities, and the planning officer, as you have heard, generally is content with the design and access, and there are no concerns about bats or any other creatures. Mr. Chairman, please overturn the planning decision. Thank you. Recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. I'm going to just see now if any of our members wish to ask any questions from you. So looking around, Alderman Kerrigan, do you want to ask a question?
No, Chair, that was in the last one. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that now.
Could I ask a question?
Go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I was going to, so can you tell me, look, I do a lot of work around mental health. Tell me, but has the applicant done any investigation, any research into, how difficult it is to access mental health services, either within the city, within the towns? Compare that to access in the rural areas. Has there been any work done on that?
Yes, she has indeed. With her experience over 14 years, she is well aware of what would benefit her clients, and she has looked into the possibility of possibly taking it into a town or a village. But the problem is that she feels her patients would benefit more for being sited in this rural area than they would if they were in a town or village. So she has looked into it, but really this is the best site.
You
happy enough, Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just see the point I was making. Maybe Joe may not pick me up wrong, but there is facilities in the towns and in the cities, and there's still a great difficulty of getting access to services. The point I was making is trying to get access in the rural areas is far greater or far higher. So, if there was a facility in the rural areas, I think that might go some way to facilitating a great need. That's the sort of point I was getting at. Not a competitive nature, but if one is, if you are from a rural area, then you have extremely far more difficult access to getting access to mental health services that are in a town or a city.
Okay, Councillor Gallagher, I think we got the gist of what you're saying there. Thank you. I'm going to bring on Alderman Hussey now.
Thank you, Chair. Initially, can I just congratulate the applicant on the work that appears she's doing. We're all aware of the scourge of mental health issues that exist within our area. And as Councillor Gallagher has highlighted, that this isn't just an urban issue, it is very much a rural issue as well. It was a basic question to the agent is, we seem to be talking here, would you agree that we're talking about basically a respite facility that the applicant is seeking? I'm presuming a yes to that. And I suppose my next question after that would be, what sort of client capacity of that facility would the applicant envisage over the period of a year? Thank you.
The application is certainly for a respite rehabilitation accommodation, and this is why my my client has looked into this feature, because there are no facilities in the rural area for this type of respite accommodation. And certainly she would be, has looked into it and can see full occupancy all year round. And hopefully that would be the case if we can get approval.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor okay, you're okay, Councillor McDade? All right, anybody? Councillor Leonard? Yep, sure, go ahead.
I would positively welcome this application, and some of the reasons have already been mentioned, where health services in a terrible position, the wards are full, people, nursing homes are at capacity, so to offer another service like this, I think is very welcome, albeit it's only one person. But just to give a personal example of something I was dealing with last week, there's a gentleman thankfully he was able to leave hospital, and an older gentleman, and he has been shipped off to a nursing home miles and miles, dozens of miles away from where he lived. And for any of the people that live in the rural area, or only people online there, people in rural areas like to stay in rural areas. They have their own affection and reasons for doing that. So to be able to provide this service for rural people in a rural area, in my opinion, is very welcome. It's already been said, it's an existing building. There's been no dramatic increase in vehicles. And if we look at rural remainder, 12.2.3, it says there'll be sympathetic considerations to small projects with the local resident already living on the site. And I think that fits the bill there, exactly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leonard. I want to move on to any questions to the officer, to Laura. Has anybody got any questions for Laura?
Chair, could I come in?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. I'll switch around. Do you know the reasons for refusal under policy CT1? There's no overriding reasons, and I wonder, has planners taken into consideration around what's been mentioned around access to mental health services, the high demand for mental health services, high rates of suicide, for example, high rates of dependency on prescription drugs, etc., etc. How does that, and we hear about it day and daily on the news, and we see a lot of young people very recently in this council area losing their lives because of prescription drugs and mental health. And if you were adding something to try and eradicate that, you think that would be an overriding reason or reasons. So I'm wondering, was that taken into consideration?
Go ahead, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, we weren't afforded with kind of detailed information on that respect in terms of making our planning application. But obviously, if members wanted to put weight on that, that would be their decision. But we didn't have any information before us regarding that.
Do you want to go back on, Councillor Gallagher, or are you okay with that answer?
No, that's 100%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Our members, we see no questions. I can see in the chat box, Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan, have you any questions before I move on?
No, just whenever you're ready, Chair, I'll try a proposal.
Well, we've moved on now from questions to the officer, so if you want to come in and make that proposal, then by all means, go ahead.
100%. Thank you very much, Chair. Just to move the thing on, there's two refusal reasons there, and has already been noted there by members there. first one's in regards to SPPS CTY1 of PPS 21, and I would still be minded that still falls within the Staban, the old Staban Council, and therefore the Staban Area Plan 123.2.1, the rural remainder, a less restrictive planning policy in the rural area, I would be minded would be able to counteract the first refusal reason. And in regards to the second refusal reason, the SPPS, PPS 21 CTY4, conversion and reuse of existing buildings. And 5.21 of that section, there's also the scope, it states there's also the scope for the reuse and adaptation of existing buildings in the countryside for a variety of non-residential uses, including appropriate economic, tourism and recreational uses as local community facilities. And I would still be minded that the mental health end of things there, that will fall in as appropriate recreational use for the assistance of those with mental health. So I would be minded that on those grounds that we should be able to counteract the two refusal reasons, and therefore propose to reject the officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan, for making that proposal based on the two refusal grounds. I'm going to go to Councillor Fergal Leonard. Do you want to go ahead, Councillor Leonard?
Grandma, Chair, I'd just like to second the proposal, basically for the same reasons as Alderman Kerrigan said. Rural remainder 123.2.1 and 123.2.3 will be given sympathetic considerations to small projects with the local resident living on site. Thank
you, Councillor Leonard. Okay, members, we have a proposal on the floor from Alderman Kerrigan, seconded by Councillor Leonard, to not to accept the officer's recommendation. So take this to a vote now. Go ahead, Eamon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is LA 11 2023 1325F, and the recommendation is not to accept the officer's recommendation. Alderman Breslin.
For Eamon.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan.
For Eamon.
Thank you, Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Thank you, Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Thank you, Councillor McHugh.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you, and Councillor Murphy.
For.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Members, that is fully unanimous. I just have to ask, are you happy for officers to delegate conditions to go ahead with any conditions that are necessary? Yeah, okay. Fair enough, no. Well, members, it's now 6:15, so we have one application left and we have the rest of the business. So we're going to adjourn till tomorrow, 2 o'clock. So if we see you back then, but thank you for today and for coming today and doing the business. Cheers.
Thank you, Chair.
As well.